What up? What's up? What up, everybody? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What up, everybody? Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up, get them drinks together, sit back, and get ready to enjoy the show. Hey, I want to thank everybody for showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. I didn't get a chance to get the names and things out because, as usual, I be running short on time. But I wanted to thank everybody. We know we missed our Friday show, couldn't get around to it. But had a nice time hooking up with the fellas and everything. It kind of just brought me back to, when you have friends that you grow up with, put it like this. You got friends that you grow up with, and years go by, but you kind of like lose track of everybody, but really everybody kind of stays in contact. Like I said, I'm from the southwest side of Akron. That's kind of where the S2W come from. We used to call ourselves S1W. That was a public enemy thing, but we stuck with the S2 because the S2 is just me and Mo representing our southwest side. And a lot of our friends that we grew up over the years, I'm talking about the type of friends, when I say you growing up with, that's when the village raised the neighborhood. The parents will whoop you behind and then still call your mom and them and tell them, what happened, and you got to go home and get another whooping, and then you're going to get even another whooping because mama had to whoop because daddy finna whoop you behind. And we lived in one of them type of neighborhoods. And we had a tragedy here not too long ago. One of them friends lost his wife and his son. And him and his daughter survived the crash. Family destroyed. And my boy, he was going through some real, real hard times, losing your family like that and having to raise your daughter without your mother, without her mother. And the only people that he could depend on was his friends. I mean, he used to call us all the time and just get the shit off his chest. Well, the days come where they had to finally pay for the damages done to his family, because of the accident. This young man spent his money and bought all his friends that helped him through his time of troubles and brought them all together. Expenses paid by him just to show his appreciation for what they got him through. Now, he didn't have to do that. But because of the relationship and the hard times that he went through, he felt like he had to give something back. And he did. And it was so good to see all these people get together and have a nice time and reminisce and enjoy that time together, not just through phone calls, but actually together. And it just brought so many memories back to why we do this show situation. How you trust something in you mean, you got to give back type of situation. And this brother went out his way, 75 people. He paid their airfare, their travel expenses, their lifts, their Ubers, their food, their hotel reservations, everything. Universal VIP exclusive treatment, just everything. And had a nice time. And I take my hat off to my man Eric Finn, my homie, representing the AK. But it meant so much to him to do that because, like he said, without their support, you know, what his life would have been like. Imagine losing your wife and your son, and you stuck here with your daughter. Your head ain't right. Anytime he needed somebody to talk to, these people were there. Anytime he needed some money, these people were there. And they got him through that whole experience. And when that time finally came, he gave back. And I just think that was, when he didn't have to do that, that's what I be talking about, integrity and being real and what it takes when you being cool with people and being true to people. You never know where their hearts are really, you know what I mean? Because you judge a man based on his actions, not just on his word, but his actions. And that's what he gave back. And I just thought that was so big for him to just take all those people and show his appreciation for what they did. That's somebody showing appreciation by giving back. Now, I'm a believer in when you do things like that, God gonna take care of you. And through all the tragedy that he went through, God took care of him. And what he do in return, he took care of everybody else who looked out for him. So I just thought that was big. I think, and can't tell me that it don't work because I seen it work. I know what it looks like. I was a part of it, hands on, seeing and had the opportunity to be a part of something that big. And just think, people I'm talking about, we all grew up in the same neighborhood. 4 generations. Because the guy I'm telling you about grew up with my little brothers. But they looked up to us like my little brothers. They stayed with me like my little brothers. When he went through that trouble, it was like my little brother was reaching out to me. How many times I have to talk him off the ledge? How many times did I have to keep him, his head up? When you have those type of relationships and you're true to people, it's not that anybody did that was they were looking for anything in return. They were just actually reaching out because of the community, because we knew each other. We always, that S2 Dub, we always stood for that. Southwest side, represent. And to see it all come back around and look, I'm 60 something years old. I think Eric just turned 55. And it was just amazing to see everybody together and what everybody got him through. And that brings me, to where, I don't know, I'm not crazy to feel the way I feel about, trying to always give something back. That's just who I am. I've always been like that. And for him to do what he did, and for all the people who were doing the things for him at his worstest time in his life, that's a lot of damn people, that came to his rescue in his time of need. And for people to think that shit don't happen in the world, I'd seen it. I was actually a part of what that felt like to see somebody say, hey, y'all did this for me and I'm gonna do this for y'all. And we just gonna enjoy ourselves with nothing else in return, but just to say thank you, because without you guys, I would have been jumped off a cliff. And that's how he felt. And I feel this community can work the same way. That's all I wanted to get into that, because again, I'm a true believer in you do right by people, you do, and you give the things, you do it out the kindness of your heart. You don't look for anything in return. Most of the time, if you're doing it for somebody, you're doing it because of something that you believe in, or somebody who has that type of relationship with you. When they reach out to you, you're there for them. And that's what the community thing looks like for me, because those guys are my family. Those young ladies, they're my family. I raised a lot of them, from little girls to being grown women. Thanks to social media, we all see each other. We know we all stay in contact. That's how we were able to pull something like this off. And it was just great to actually see it be pulled off. And it turned out to be a very, very, very exciting experience and fun because we had so much to talk about, so much to reminisce over. And then in the same token, you know, show our appreciation just for being there because it took a lot to just for a lot of people just be there because again, somebody said, "Hey, I got your flights and got here go your tickets. All I need you to do is come by. I'm trying, this is what I'm trying to do." And then people put all that stuff on the burner and take advantage of it, and it turned out to be really nice. And I think, you know, to sit back sometimes and say it could never happen, I've never been a believer in that. 'Cause anything you put your mind, to, I feel like you should be able to do it. And everybody who put their mind to getting out there got out there. Everybody who was there for him at his lowest point in life, they were there for him without looking for nothing in return, just trying to help him get through the tragedy he suffered. And so I know this community could do it again, do things the same way. I remember when my sister died, and they put that GoFundMe page. My family was shocked because money was coming from people that they didn't even know. And I know a lot of them was some people that was out there in our community. Yeah, I can call them my brothers, just like I call the people from my community. Those are my brothers and my sisters. And I say that from the heart, you know, because you got to believe in something. I don't tell people to trust and believe in the community. The community is going to speak for itself. You just got to give it a chance to do it, what it can do, put it to the test. And that's what we do here. We bring this bulldog community and we talk dogs, bulldogs. We talk about our history, our past. We can only tell you about the things we've done and things we've been through. We tell you about our mentors and the things that they were able to teach us and show us and take us on an experience that was far beyond our comprehension behind these dogs. That's what we try to share here. That's our way of giving back. And we hope that can be passed down through the Shark Tank and to all the podcast bulldoggers out there and try to bring something that's supposed to be impossible to reality. Because the reality part of it is every time that y'all show up to this show, that means there's somebody on the other side that I'm talking to. I might not be able to get through to everybody, but if I get to just one person out there, I feel like I'm doing something. Because that one person I got to, because of what I do for them and what they get from me, they might be able to touch 2 people or 3 people. And it keeps going down the line. And that's important in our day and times, even when it comes down to these bulldogs, because we're going to be talking about the maintaining of an American Pit Bull Terrier. The reason we wanted to talk about that because it's a daunting task. Okay? A daunting task. Let me help you with that word daunting for those who don't know. Alexa, give me the definition of daunting.
Daunting is a form of the verb daunt, which is usually defined as to overcome with fear, intimidate. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for daunt.
More definitions. Alexa, give me more definitions for daunting. Alexa, give me more definitions for daunting.
I have one more definition for the verb daunt, to lessen the courage of, dishearten. Did that answer your question?
That works. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
The daunting part is because it's, I always say this game ain't meant for everybody because it is hard to raise American Pit Bull Terrier. Very, very hard. Um, One of the things that brought this kind of conversation up, uh, I see people who have they dogs get sick or something goes wrong, or you're having a dog that's you're raising puppies for your very first time. Um, you're preparing your females to have puppies, and the things that you got to go through to even prepare a female to even be bred to have healthy puppies. Raising them from the puppy stage. Even the breeding part is a daunting task because look what it takes to go get what you really want. You know, suppose you want to have that fire litter. You done planned this all out. Now you just got to put in the work to go find out and make that happen the way you want it to happen. It's more than just going out throwing dog food in the pan and giving them water. I mean, to be a serious dog man, and I put that serious part on it because it is a very daunting task. I mean, some people get discouraged from it and just get completely out of it. Or some people just, you know, ride the wave and try to figure it out along the way. And think about the damage that does because what you don't know hurts you because it hurts the dog. Because you can't help that dog. That dog can't talk to you. So you have no idea what you're looking for. You have no idea when you see something wrong, how to fix it. You know, a lot of people will run to a vet. But when you're dealing with bulldogs, 5, 6 bulldogs, that vet bill can be very happy, very healthy, very expensive when you got just 5 or 6 dogs on the yard. Let alone talking about anything that you breed. So it's a very intimidating task. And over the years, we learned to get better and do research, knowing how to detect worms and how to prevent fleas, and when one gets sick, the gums. And then another thing is when we doing these different breeds and crossbreeding, look at all the bad things that come with this, the traits, skin issues, bone issues. I mean, all types of different things. Some have it, some won't. But what you gonna do about the ones who have it? Them issues. Dog gets sick on the yard. What do you do with that dog? You run to the vet with it, get that big bill, and dog come home and he still die. See, those type of things, it happens. That's what makes this thing so discouraging. The reason why I wanted to talk about it because there's so many things that we don't talk about when it comes to that. You know, not everybody's in the forum, and I watch some people, they put pictures on things that happen on Facebook and say this is what their dog going through, and you get all these different comments on this and that, and imagine if I'm that person who's asking that question, how do I know which one of them things to try? I can't try every damn thing in the list. So me as a bulldog person, again, why do you think they ask instead of running directly to the vet? Because they want to know out here, can anybody give me any information? Have anybody seen this? And what can I do to do this and do that? But it's so much information. How do they know which one to try? Well, that's the other daunting task of being a bulldog owner because you have to make that decision on which one to try. It's either going to work or it don't work. And when it don't work, one thing you will have learned when you see that issue again, I tried this and it didn't work. So I got to try something else the next time I see it. believe it or not, gentlemen, as dog men, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about because we all been through it. It's just part of the game. And if you ain't picking up on that part of the game, that you are experiencing these things, then that means you are very green. And if you're green to it, you're going to see exactly what this conversation is going to be about because the time going to come where you're going to be looking and reach out to people to find out the same thing I'm talking about. Have you seen this and what did you do? When you get a whole list of things, you still have to make that decision on which one you're going to try at the risk of losing your dog. That's why the importance of the maintaining goes way beyond going out just putting food in their pan and giving them water and cleaning up their shit. That's the basics. I mean, how many times do you check your dog's blood? How many times do you check for worms? How many times do you treat for worms? How many times do you actually, see if your dog got heartworms or not? How many times are you using your heartworm preventative? I mean, we've been over how to do it, but the thing is, talking about it and actually finding yourself doing it is two different things. That's why I wanted to stress the importance of doing the little things. The little things, if I'm going to breed this bitch, I'm going to go to a vet. Spend this money to take this bitch to a vet and make sure that she is able to carry these puppies, which means I'm checking blood, I'm checking for heartworms, I'm checking for worms, I'm checking for blood, I'm checking everything because this female right here is the foundation of everything I'm fixing to do move forward. And it's got to be right starting. Got to be right. Then I'll be feeling the same way when it came down to the males that we were breeding to. Remember, it took us one time to breed and end up getting babesia and end up losing a dog behind the male that we was breeding to had it and gave it to one of the two of our females. So we know what that felt like. But we didn't never had that problem again because before we did any breeding to any male, we had them. I want to see the most recent medical workup you had on the dog. You don't hear Mo talk about that much. But yeah, he was the stickler to that because it had already happened to him before. And he wasn't backing nothing up that wasn't clean. And you just couldn't tell him shit. You have to understand. Very suddenly, it paid for breedings. Because we bartered. Good female, good male. Twin, give me 2 pups. Just want some of this shit on the yard. Okay. But still boiled down to how we got that far. Because we had to put in the work to even get that far for it to even turn out to be what it turned out to be. And that's why the maintaining of these dogs is not for everybody. It's just not. We have pit bulls and then we have pet bulls. The reason I say the pet bull because the pet bull generally runs around the house and they seem like the pet bull don't never get sick. Never. But the pit bull can be in the cage, up off the ground, cleaning up shit, doing everything, and you still gonna have issues. Even doing all that, you still gonna end up having some crazy ass issues. And I call in the process of maintaining the dogs, I throw kennel accidents and that kind of shit too. Because the kennel accident is not something that you expect to happen, but they happen. And you have to be willing to deal with the outcome of that accident. Got to clean him up. You know what I'm saying? You got to clean him up, stitch him up, put him back together, heal him up. stop all infection, squeeze the pus. You know what I mean? It's just so much into just that 1 yard accident, especially if you can save the dogs. Look at all the work you got to put in just to put them back together. It's a daunting task. And whatever caused that problem, whether I was taking one out and didn't lock the cage, I mean, remember, you're always going to go back to what happened. We've seen them slip out of collars. We've seen cage doors not secure all the way. You know, dog jump out your arm and he's off and running while you moving him around. I mean, all these kind of things that happen, but the results of when it happens, you have to be able to fix because they do happen. And where you getting all this knowledge from? Me, I always put it on experience. The more you were around the dogs, the more you're going to experience the things I'm talking about. And over the years of that experience, you're going to learn how to deal with it. And everybody got to take that walk and have to figure out how to do that successfully. And which makes it a very daunting task. Very daunting. Very discouraging. But some have made, the sacrifice to take that walk. Not everybody, because if everybody did, we wouldn't have the depleted problems that we have as far as when they took the medicine off the market because the vets wasn't getting, we were coming up with our own remedies how to fix things. And so they stopped selling certain things. Why? Because they want everybody to keep running to the vet. Y'all seeing what's going on. Y'all seeing how this works. So how does that help us? Well, that means we have to find and do these things another way. Because you don't want to be looked at as a dog fighter by taking two scarred up dogs to the veterinarian without having a goddamn problem. Because not everybody's going to believe that we had a yard accident. And then who wants to be dealing with that kind of shit? So you're forced to have to sit there and figure out how to put my dog back in order or take him to the vet and be accused of being a dog fighter. But that's the importance of maintaining and having these dogs. You have to make the decision on what you're going to do, how you going to do it. And are you thinking about yourself or are you really thinking about the dog? Real bulldog man is always going to be thinking about the dog. But you can't let the dog put your life in jeopardy due to a simple accident. Yeah, you're going to think about what they're going to think about. Yeah, you're going to walk in there and probably tell the vet what happened. He's still going to call it, the people. Still going to have to explain it. But you knowing that, it makes it hard to go in there and tell that vet what the hell just happened. That's why we so intense on learning, getting this information and applying it and doing your own research and find out that nick that works for you. Because that part of this game is very, very important. You out there flirt poling, the dog, jumps up on the hide and then all of a sudden something breaks or he comes off of it and boom. Now he's walking with a bad hip. What you gonna do? Gotta fix it. And when that kind of shit happens, it kind of make you kind of, looking at the flirt pole a different type of way. Because just as well as it happened to them, it can happen to another dog. How do you know these things? Because in order for you to know what I'm talking about, it's got to happen to you. And trust me, it will happen. Sooner or later, and when it does, you're going to have to deal with it. And that's why we going to talk about the importance of maintaining these dogs, because without it, that's just one of them things that they always come back, and you're going to have to justify in a court of law your maintaining process is being questioned. That's why it's important to learn and know every aspect, not to just keep you out of jail, but for the longevity of your dogs, the importance those dogs mean to you, that you put in that kind of time, that kind of work to maintain and have these dogs. Because that's what I look at them as, part of the family. I think if they're going to be a part of the family, I'm going to treat them just like they are my family. A lot of you guys out there got dogs. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Bad enough that food bill is a mug. But let me see what your medicine chest look like. Let me see what your emergency, medical kit look like. Let me see what kind of warmers you using. You know what I mean? What kind of inflammatory shit you got over there on the shelf. All those things is a must. And without them, it's going to be a very, very, very daunting task. And there's going to be a whole lot of heartbreak along the way. And to all my bulldoggers out there who've been at this for quite some time, y'all know what I'm talking about. But the purpose of the show is that I look out there and I talk to people, not the ones who already know, because I need their help, because what I'm saying, they're going to justify, they're going to receipt what I'm saying. They know damn well I'm right. So how do we help people in doing this? First of all, we got to get them to understand the importance of why you got to do it. It's more than, like I said, putting them out on the chain and just giving them some water and some dog food. See? It's why we have to maintain. Because without that, there's no way in the hell you can tell me that you're going to have a successful yard. I wouldn't give a damn if it ain't nothing but running up the wall or running treadmill races. All it takes is one sick dog on the yard to infect the rest of the yard, and maybe you too. How do you deal with that? How do you examine him to know what the fuck made him sick? These things here, man, you wouldn't understand it till you lose one or two. Whether it be through a snake bite or worms or heartworms, or one just go blind. Did somebody poison my dog, or did he get bit? And if he did get bit, I got 4 other dogs out there, how am I prevent them from being bit? I got to go do some thorough examination around the whole, I'm becoming, a damn inspector around the whole damn yard, because whatever biting or whatever it is, I got to stop it. If damn, they out there chewing up on these poisonous frogs, I got to stop them. So that's why we look at our cages and we put them up off the ground to prevent all that kind of stuff from happening. But it still happens. So the maintaining of these dogs, I want people to share some of these things that we talk about when it comes to maintaining them. I think we did one on how to detect worms, because again, I keep from going all the way back about our medical, getting a microscope and doing your own, worm samples, something we do every 30 days. How do we treat for fleas? Well, here in Florida, we must treat for fleas. You can walk up and down the street, and if a whole lot of people walking their dogs up and down the street, 9 times out of 10, who's to say that they ain't got fleas? And you got to walk in that same area, which means you're going to be bringing them back to your yard type of shit. Ticks. See, these things here is how serious we be taking this situation, because remember, we had yard of dogs, a lot of dogs. We didn't have to worry about walking them nowhere. We could play on our own yard because we had the space to do that. So that limited our flea issues, our tick issues, our frog issues. But never could get rid of that snake issue, because I guess the snakes actually prevented the frogs from doing what they was doing. But, and I can't really tell you what actually killed Buck Rogers, but I would think it was the snake because it happened too fast. He was fine 1 minute, and then shit, in 15 minutes, he was on his side. Wasn't sick, nothing. So I know something had definitely had bit him, whether it had bit him earlier. And we looked, and the only thing we could tell was the like the swelling that was in his face, like right there on his muzzle. So he might have got, died from the poisoning of it, because whatever it was, he went strictly stiff. So the maintaining of these dogs is one of them things where experience is gonna make you an expert. Experience is going to make you an expert. But like in everything, to become good, you got to start somewhere. And that's where I'm trying to get you guys to understand. You have to start somewhere. You're never going to get the experience if you never started. That's all you actually do, is just go out and give them water, and shit happens, and you're going to be finding yourself going through a lot of dogs. But just for the ones who have them and understand that, what do you do? Okay, so you got to start somewhere. So you do the simple things, just like you give them water, food. You question what's the best food to give them. Some people choose to use spring water, do it that way, depending on what size your yard is. How do you cage them? Do I put them on chains? Some places don't allow you to keep them on chains anymore. Now you got to put them in cages. What kind of cage is going to be the right kind of cage for me? How many dogs I got in the yard? What's my setup going to look like? You keep coming up the ladder. Now I got them out here, got them in the secure and everything. How many times you going to check them for worms? How many times you going to check their blood count? Blood count is not something you look for every 30 days. We try to do it going into the beginning of the summer and at the end of the summer. And for us, we talking about that October and November. Our beginning of our summer start in March and April. So we don't have to worry about doing the blood until October, November, because we done went through the whole heat spell. But we like to know what the blood count is like. The blood count going to let us know if we got any underlying issues as far as what's going on inside the dog. Don't cost much. It don't. But having that to know, I can do my own warming. I can check for my own worms. I can treat that. I can treat my fleas. I can do that. I can even stitch them up if they happen to have that yard accident, know how to clean them up, how to drain it off, how to, keep them healthy from infection as I fix them back up through an accident. Got to be able to do all of that and feel confident about jumping in there doing it. See, being able to pull them gums up and see what them gums is looking like. Dog stop eating. I got to figure out why the dog stopped eating. I seen somebody ask that question on Facebook, and man, there was so many good comments that how would they know which one they dealing with? Because we know the gum changing colors depending on how it's changing and what that touches like could be a couple things. How do you know which one you're fixing to treat? And when you do it enough, you'll learn, you know, what that means and what you're looking for. But when you're starting out doing this, you have no clue. And so I was going to try to use the show today to go down the importance of maintaining, not just telling you how to deal with certain things, because before we can get into how to do and deal with certain situations, you got to first get everybody on the same game plan. That first of all, you got these are things you got to do outside of just telling you how to do it. No, first let's get in the habit of just doing certain things, like outside of just feeding them food and giving them water and cleaning up shit. A healthy dog is a good dog. It will be very profitable to you if you do it the right way. A sick dog is a detriment to you because it can, it can take out a whole damn yard. So that's how we're going to run this. I'm going to turn this over to Mo right quickly before we get started. Let me take a look at this poll right quick and see where we stand at on this poll. Okay. My poll question today was, can an American Pit Bull Terrier be considered game without being tested? Can an American Pit Bull Terrier be considered game without being tested? So far, I have 97 votes. If I'm seeing this correctly, I see 13% said yes. Take that back. That's 11% that said yes, and 89% that said no. Okay, that's for 97 votes. I would sure like to know about that 13%. Because that's I would love to know how you could call something game that ain't been tested. I would love to know, and that's not saying it's the wrong answer. I would just like to hear a different type of philosophy on how that's done. Because you hear just maybe just regular bulldog talk. He game as hell. Them puppies game. Okay. How do you game test a puppy? How old is the puppy? There's just certain things that people say that when it becomes a part of a conversation, it's not being sarcastic, but some people look at you like you're crazy when they be talking about a dog being game, and I say, have they ever been tested? And they say, nah. And I say, so what makes you think they game? And then they run and talk about how it's bred. So I'm not there to argue. I just let it go. That just, to me, I think that's, different stroke for different folks. But that part never made sense to me. So not knocking the 11%, because this is not meant to say that you're wrong or right. I just like to have some input on some of the yeses, because I would really like to know, how would you know? How do you know what's game without testing to see? So if y'all want to call in, I mean, those who are out there, I didn't put the number up, but y'all know what the number, 813-298-3643. If anybody who wants to get in here and try to help me out there, I will definitely put that number up there as we have this discussion about this maintaining. Anybody want to have some input on the maintaining and some things that guys could do to make this situation, to stress the importance of being able to maintain these dogs. Not always about how you do it. In order to first, even start even having these dogs, you got to have that what it takes to maintain these bulldogs already established. And if you don't have it established, at least make it a part of your program that you kind of know I'm doing more than this feeding, giving them water, doing the housing. I got the other things that you must do. Those are the things I'm trying to stress today. Go ahead, let them know them other things that are just as important as the water and the cleaning up the shit and the dog food. Because we know there's a lot of other things that's important to having these damn dogs. But then for those who just want to call in and explain how you can be game without being tested. And I mean, and don't give me the smart ass answer. That smart answer, because I know one when I see one. Because that don't work for me. I mean, I want some real logic behind some of these statements. I just don't believe you can look at a dog and tell a dog is game. I've been around them too long to know that ain't true. So I'll accept any answer but that one. Alexa, answer
Eli
the call.
Monster would like to talk to Michael Bayless.
Alexa, answer the call. My man, Mr. Eli Monster's in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, brother?
Ain't nothing,
How
man.
was your trip?
Oh, it was lovely, man. Hell of an experience.
Good. Well, I got to get in on this. One.
Okay. Which one you want to start with? The question, the poll question, or something else?
Well, the question of, you got a game dog that ain't never been tested. I mean, that's common sense.
Well,
you have to fucking know, and there's only one way to know.
Okay, before we start on that, hold on. Before we start on that,
I mean, 13%. That's people that don't know anything.
Hey, Eli, before you get started.
Yes, sir.
Before you get started.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn this over to Mo because y'all can go ahead and have this conversation.
So we can have that.
Yes, sir, Mo. Yep.
I just want to make sure everybody know. You remember, y'all, where we at? We on a podcast that we go back and we don't play in the now. Understanding that. When y'all come in, no. I'm not talking to you, Eli.
I was 20.
Eli. I'm not talking to you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm talking to the audience. Okay. So when we get into this, they'll be on the same.
We're talking years ago. I ain't talking now.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to tell the audience, so we can be free to open up and take their imagination. Okay, because in here, y'all know where we play at. We play back in the time where we want you to take that imaginary thought and take it back there and put yourself in the position of back then and look at it the way we looked at it then. It's y'all decision on how you take what we're telling y'all about then and do what y'all want to do now. What we're saying is only in the then. I always talk in the past because I can only tell you about what I did, and what I did, y'all know what I did. So that's where we at. So when Eli get to talking, keep it clear, y'all. When he said what he get ready to say, he's talking about back in our time when we was doing this.
Actually more than 20 years ago.
More than 20 years. He's going to tell you what we graded on and what we were doing, what we were raising, what we consider American Pit Bull Terriers, and what we were feeding and taking care of. So I just wanted to make that clear to everybody, Eli, before you shoot at them. Go ahead, bro. You got the floor.
Right. But no, I do believe that game dogs can be tested on hogs. I do believe that.
That's true.
Because they will show you if they're game or not on hogs. So that's something I do agree with now, because a damn big old hog will definitely test a bulldog.
That's right. You're right. You don't always have to be in the combat of war, because that hog,
Right.
and then when they get in there, they got to be focused like they got to be in that box because they got the work to do with that hog.
Them hogs coming to kill that dog.
Yes, sir.
Yep. But back in the day, there's only one freaking way to check. I mean, y'all know that.
Yes, sir. And sometimes we have to go there in the box to find that out when it comes to matching them. Am I correct? I mean, that's the ultimate test.
Right. And I'm not saying there's a lot of people that had a lot of different opinions than I did. There's people that wanted to see him go a long time, which I didn't agree with that. And my mentor wanted to see him go a long time. Harry did.
Right.
But I after a while, I didn't agree with that. I thought after 15, 20 minutes, you see what you wanted to see. That's all you needed to see. If not, if you didn't see what you wanted to see, you can take care of business and get something else.
Right. So true. I mean, I'm like you. It really depends on what you see in the dog. I mean, it takes experience to really understand that. It doesn't take a long time to do it. I mean, why would I sit there and take a killer and keep putting dogs on this killer and watching him just smash shit in 15 or 20 minutes and not be able to test his game? No, I'm going to tell you where I'm going to go test it at. If I can't test it free, I'm going to go test it with some money.
And taking time off of him.
That's right.
Because they can all do so much.
Right, yep. and they end up taking unnecessary damage that can really ruin a career before they even get started.
Yep, you're exactly right.
You know, you got to have experience and know what you're looking at, first of all. And that's the most important when you start talking about testing your shit. There's processes to that point. And if they got that process down to that point, it don't take a whole lot of time to get to the answer. You know, the major factor is you hear guys say this all the time. I had a long legendary dog, man, who saw it, and he called the dog game. Well, so what did that mean? Did that work for you? Then, you know, you try to get your puppies off. But me, if I'm looking for gameness, and when it comes to me breeding dogs, my purpose of gameness is all-out gameness to me is those dogs that are being matched. Win or lose, get picked up game or come out of there quick. Because that's where you get the truth. You know, it's not our fault who we pick.
I totally agree.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not, I mean, people frown on these people who lose. And when guys lose to us, you know, they try to make the people who losing like they ain't shit. They don't understand there's a process for a person to be able to stand across that wall. That's the part that makes me sick. Because nobody's going to step over that wall trying to give away their money.
Everybody's going to lose one time or another.
That's right.
And it's a learning process.
That's right.
You're right.
And to get that far, deserves a lot of respect. They don't. So many guys so busy talking outside the box, but the real guys, they step in that box. There's nobody ever stepped in that box and just thought they was gonna come in here and automatically lose and give me their money. Do that make any sense? The game didn't run like that. It's just, and nobody's out there being that stupid. So everybody believe they got a game dog when they step over that wall. In my world, that's what they're doing. They coming for the final test, the ultimate test. The test is the call that makes this game a competitive game.
Right.
And due respect, win or lose, both parties is due respect, because one thing for damn sure, they got something in common. They checking their shit.
You walk across the box and you shake your brother's hand.
That's right.
That's what it is.
That's exactly right. You know, I mean, and that's the real game. That ain't that.
I don't mean to keep saying things, but yeah, that's the way it should be, and it used to be.
That's right. And when it comes down to it, it's like that. It's wartime in there. They don't give enough respect to the two people in there. That's what I see a lot of loss. It makes you wonder, who are these people? And we're in my time, so be freely to, to explore that statement that I just made to you guys, because you're in my time. Take your now time and come back in my time. And all I'm trying to do is bring that mind.
Not to interrupt you, but
go ahead, boss.
I hear people talking bad about dogs and bad about people. They don't know. They don't know until they've been in there.
That's right.
I mean,
they don't give him enough respect.
He's been a great dog, and just that day, he didn't win.
I know what I mean?
Or the person didn't win, regardless. I mean,
I know.
Great.
You're right.
Go ahead.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling. You know what I'm saying? It just don't always work out the way you want it. But believe me, when I stepped over that box and stepped in there, I had no intentions on failure. That's why I'm standing over here in the box.
Yeah, there's no reason to go into the box if you want to fail.
It just don't work that way. That person, he didn't have to come in there. Those two don't have to meet. Yeah. Those dogs don't have to come there. They come there for the competition. I walked in the box
before and thought I was on top of the world, and I got taught a lesson. Yeah.
I mean, at one time or another, when you stick out there long enough, you're going to always raise that. You're going to always have that moment, man, because that's what this game was built on. This is how we find those great dogs. They're going to have to run across Eli Monster one day if he's running around out there putting his shit out there. And if he's winning, he's going to eventually run into something.
Yeah, I had a bulldog.
Okay.
But I got taught a lesson. I sure did.
And it really does come down to, hey, before you learned that lesson, you stepped over in there. You wasn't expecting to get what you got, were you? But
not as much as I got. Nope.
If you knew, you would have never went in there. But that's the point. The man wasn't thinking about that shit.
I would have went in there, but I didn't know what I was getting.
Right.
I mean, I ain't going back down because I had a good dog, but there was one that was better than what I was bringing.
But ain't that how the game go, though, man? I mean,
say what now?
I said, ain't that how the game goes, though?
That's the way it goes.
One thing you did do, you went in there to compete. What were you competing with? A bulldog. Was he game?
And there's always one out there that can what?
Get your ass. You're not gonna.
That's right.
You're not gonna. I haven't seen nobody go undefeated in this sport. Okay,
no,
okay, nobody. We just don't know who Supernat.
There's always one out there for you.
That's right. Hey, Eli. Hey, all we can say about Supernat, we know he lost at one point. We just don't know who. You know what I'm saying? Yes, he's the only man in the game that I've never found him to lose.
Yeah, I've never my partner Dowdy. I never heard of him losing, but I know he lost.
Right.
But he had smallest yard, but the best yard I ever seen, and I've never heard of him losing, but he told me he was like at 80%.
Okay, and that's not bad.
So everybody loses.
Everybody loses. Everybody loses, and I'm still telling Mr. Supernat, I'm still looking, because that was one question that I never asked. But as I go through his lineage of the game and back through the journals and the dogs that he's had, and remember, keep in mind, he had Ruby, he had Charlie, he had Angus, he had Racehorse, he had so many goddamn champions and grand champions. His dogs were whooping champions.
Right.
Shit, he's the one that had Supernat's boost. That damn dog went down there 5 hours.
Yeah, I've heard of Supernat.
You know?
I never seen them, but I heard of them.
Yeah, I bred Grand Champion Ace to our dog. That's where our dog. That's where Brat come from. Super Nat being bred to a dog off of Champion Wrangler. So, and I always, I do my research. Especially when I'm dealing with a dog, man. In his position that he was.
If you liked it, that's what you like.
Right, and he had those battle dogs, and I got good battle dogs out of it.
It was bringing the heat. It was bringing the heat. That's what y'all wanted.
That's right. And just being honest, man, I'd never seen a man lose. I'm gonna tell you what I did see. I know when they lost the Barracuda, I know the Super David Tant sent that dog that they went into Barracuda with 2 Super Nat. He put that dog in Super Nat's hand, and Super Nat put that dog in the Mason's hands. But they were look at the dog man who came to beat Barracuda. I just said David Tant, Super Nat, and Triple M. 3 badass legendary dog man trying to defeat a dog that was out here smashing shit. That's what you call competition. They didn't run from shit. They went after
it. That's all you can do.
That's it.
It's like Harry wanted to go to the best that he could get.
Here's a prime example. Look how many champions Harry Hargrove went into, y'all. Look how many great dogs that he went into.
Especially when he went into Ajax with a 9-year-old dog.
And and to me, that was I think all old dog men make that damn mistake. Like Firecracker, when he went out there, Grand Champion, old ass dog. Like Champion Tate, when he went out there as an old dog. We see it constantly. And I think it's our competitive attitude, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Eli.
You're 100% right.
Because it really don't be making sense unless you're in our shoes. It's that urge of competition, that one thing that makes us do what we do to get in that box with that dog. That confidence that he ain't stepping in there with that 9-year-old dog thinking his dog is going to lose or he wouldn't do it. There's no way you're going to tell me he was thinking he was too old. He was thinking he might have been too old, but he thought he could still do it. That's the only reason I see why they continue to do that. Take these old ass dogs.
I had no idea that dog was that old until afterwards.
Yeah.
And I like I said, I helped work Gus for his last one. And I had no idea that dog was that old. He didn't look that old, but he was that old because I figured out a year or 2 later, I had a grandson of him that was 4 or 5 years old.
Said a year or 2 after that. That's old.
I was like, holy shit. And I looked back on the pedigrees and I was like, damn, that old man. I said, he damn sure had dementia at that point, taking a dog that old.
But I seen them all make those mistakes. I seen Grand Champion Max go in there with a tour and go into coaches as an old man going into a rough ass young dog. I mean, what do they be thinking? I'm gonna tell you what they be thinking. They be thinking of the competitiveness. That's what it is. These guys is beyond testing the dog's game. They're beyond that. Those are what I call tested dogs. Those are
I'm
dogs.
gonna tell you what.
Go ahead.
Gus was a pretty and good-looking dog. Even as old as he was a good-looking dog. I swear.
But
you wanted to see a bulldog? That was a bulldog.
Gus had a name, man. Gus was whooping some good dogs too. Shit, he went into Ajax.
All the ones I seen off of him, I wasn't big fans of. They were good, straightforward dogs, but they weren't great. But as a dog himself, he was a bulldog.
He made them look that way. Because remember, they was coming in with dogs that they felt that they would bring in, remember, it takes an Annie. Yeah, come on. You know what I'm saying, Eli?
Everybody was headhunt. Everybody was headhunting.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
it's all thing.
And you got, and every time I look at those type of people when they standing over that, I'm looking at them just like that. You could not have this conversation with this person standing over at the time before he cut his dog loose that he ain't got no business in here against me. You're not going to convince that man of that by the time he gets there. He's going to take that as an insult. Am I right, though?
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, Harry took him across the country.
Yeah. I done seen many great dogs lose.
Somebody else's backyard.
Yep. I done seen many great dogs lose. Grand Champion Firecracker lost under the same condition. Same condition. Grand Champion Max lost same conditions. Champion Tate lost same conditions. My thing is, those are different levels of game dogs.
Oh, there's definitely top of the charts.
That's right. They are. I mean, to me, it's like, if we're gonna be registering gameness and don't want to talk about the losers, these are losers that we talk about.
Right.
These are losers that fall in that 98% with losses. These are dogs that make you think.
Sorry, I'm cracking pepper.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I was cracking pepper over my tuna.
Oh, okay.
But I'm listening. I know what you're saying.
And I'm trying to get the audience, because when you say that and you give these stories about Harry, I want them to put themselves in that, in that place. Wonder why Harry's not around to tell us. But it's a good question for you guys to take in your own self and put yourself in that situation, put yourself in that position, even though you feel like, that ain't the thing to do. But would you have a dog like Gus sitting between your legs and with the things that Gustin did and the things that he had proven to the game and you the one that got him? You might have had a little dementia.
People don't understand a once in a lifetime dog. They don't understand it.
I'm trying to tell you, and then to turn around and go into Ajax like he didn't know who Ajax was. He knew clearly who Ajax was.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he was.
Okay, he knew what he was going after. It's just that it's when that's why it's such a big difference when you're talking in these concepts of gameness and certain other things that we talk about when we are talking on this show about real dog men.
Well, you listen to Harry, and I know you've probably listened to it. Harry's he's got a couple interviews, but you listen to his interview, and he calls out with Gus any dog in the country, if not the world. He said, "You know where I'm at. You can get my number. You want it, you can come get it."
And he was always that.
Or I'll come to you. That man was not scared of anything.
He was always like that. He just didn't do it with Gus. He did it with a lot of dogs. he did. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
He's just I put Harry up there with hardcore. These are legendary guys that I know match dogs.
And that's all he done.
And that's it. That's all he done. Ozzie Stevens, he matched dogs. These are guys these are the people that I'm talking about when I start talking about a poll and what it takes to produce know what a game dog is without being tested. To me, first of all, let's understand when a dog is ultimately being tested. Even when they win it, when they go out for number 2, they're continuously being tested. And they're being tested in the hardest, realest way to contest one. In a real sanction controlled match where both people are competing. Both people believe they got the best dog. Both people believe they got the gamest dog.
Yeah. I want to tell people about testing your dogs. And this is old school. This is about Harry. Harry only tests his dogs he was going uphill at least 2 pounds. He would never put his dog into another dog, game testing him, unless he was giving up at least 2 pounds.
And the purpose of that is I mean, the schooling process teaches your dog what to do. The game testing process puts your dog in a position before you put your money on him. You want to make sure that you know what you're bringing free before you start paying. So you want to put your dog, if he's been beating up everything during the schooling, I go up 5 pounds. I want to see him get in there and get to work, but get in there at a disadvantage. How is shit gonna work for you when shit ain't working out for you with this bigger, heavier dog on your ass?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm in trouble.
That's right. How you gonna look when you can't get what you want because you're in a disadvantage? This is the best time for me to see how you behave before it starts costing me. That's what I call testing one before you put the damn change on it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta find the right one to put on it.
An hour, you ain't gonna see 2, 3 dollars like all them people. Some people, that's opinions, their opinions. I don't believe in that. You can see what you want to see in 15, 20 minutes.
You give me a heavy dog.
That's my opinion.
That's my opinion too. Because I don't want to do too much damage. I ain't trying to be there all day. I'm going to put him in a real bad situation so we can get that answer real quick and early. You know, let's put him in it. My purpose is to get it and get a chance to see it while it's free. What's the best way to do that? Put him at a disadvantage. That's how I would test one. You know what I'm saying?
No, I totally agree.
Guys.
Disadvantage. See what happens.
That's right. And to me, back in our time, we're on a different level. I just didn't talk that yard game and shit. You know what I'm saying? I never liked those type of conversations. You know what I mean? Where somebody's sitting back, ain't matching shit, but he's claiming his game is all outdoors. Well, I had those type of dogs on my yard that never made it to the box. I had those type of dogs.
I've heard more people talk good about their dogs, and then their dogs ended up working in the garden.
Yeah.
There's only one place to find out if they're any good. There's no need reason talking about them.
That's the thing right there. You should always be hunting, always be competing. There's nothing to brag about. It's something to show. You know, and if you're gonna have a dog, and here's my issue: if you're gonna have one, and you're gonna be running around calling in game, you know, just don't do it around real dog men. Because I've
heard it around real dog men, and they got their feelings hurt.
Okay, and thank you for agreeing with me on that, because you know exactly what I'm talking about.
No,
We're on a different level.
I 100% agree with you on that.
We're in a competing life. We're in a competing stage. We're feeding competing dogs. We don't want to hear nothing about your good bred dog that somebody, a friend of yours, supposed to be a legend in the dog game, told you your dog looked good. Yet while you saying all that, we study matching our shit. Yet you still trying to make your shit just as good as our shit. Am I right, Eli?
Oh yeah, talking only makes you feel better about yourself, but when it happens, it doesn't.
You know, I don't like this
shit. Do shit.
Right.
I don't want you to chop them. I wanted to.
All right, sorry. All right, buddies, I gotta go. I'm chopping up onions and chips for my wife and stuff. So.
I heard her voice. It's time for you to go.
I'm gonna stay on. But I'll talk to y'all.
Okay, my friend. Thank you for calling in, bro.
All right, brother.
One. Well, thank you, Mr. Eli Monster, and I'm glad he agreed in a lot of places because he's dead on point. I'm totally agreeing with him. I think a lot of guys that been around. I mean, if you've been around, regardless of where you at and who you've been around, if you've been around a guy who's like matching a lot of dogs, But he was just matching dogs, and you know, and a lot of you guys, y'all got these, you know, stories about guys that we never heard of that, you know, then you should understand the same things that we saying if you've been around these type of guys, whether we know them or not. You might know them, you might have seen their dogs. You know, bloodlines is all of these is bloodlines, but they ain't shit until it's proven. Your bloodline is not going to tell me that your dog is game. It's not going to do that for me. He might have a possibility if he's making it through the schooling period. You might be on a good track to say you might be right. But why would I share a level with a dog that's not in the competitive lane? I mean, when he goes out to compete, he's doing the ultimate game test every time he goes. Period. You cannot share that. Even the dogs that don't never make it to the box, that ended up being no more than a game dog, I will give you that all the way. You have a game dog. If your dog is distant, he's not a match dog, he didn't have no mouth, and you know, y'all sure couldn't stop him. He proved that he was game, he had a lot of heart. Hey, one thing for damn sure, you was competing with him, whether you wasn't charging, who wasn't paying that. Hey, you saw what you saw. He's good enough, but he's not good enough to go out there and get matched. But he's a good enough dog to be fed and continue on. He's just not a match dog. But one thing for sure, you know how your dog, you know. He's a game dog. He just wasn't a match quality dog. You can have those dogs. Don't take nothing less of the dog. He has proven his best attribute that he have to the yard. His best attribute is the fact that he was game. He just didn't have the ability. Might get out there. Games ain't gonna win you matches. You need a little bit more than just gameness. You gotta have a little bit more than just gameness and talent too. You better have smarts and a whole lot of shit when you competing, because you don't know who you running into across from you. We take, again, you're always gonna hear me keep on popping that thing on those guys that's standing on the other side. It takes two to play. And that means it takes two to compete. That means these guys are competing. In any sport, when you got a BS, me versus you, that's competition. That's me versus you. You got to come to that conclusion on how game your shit is, because you standing over there to find out. Like, I'm standing over here to find out too. Maybe it ain't gonna take games. Maybe I'm gonna beat you just with a better dog. Maybe you're gonna beat me with just a better dog. One thing it's gonna boil down to, either I'm gonna pick up and do a courtesy scratch, or I'm gonna get stuck in a corner and end up standing or quitting, or that he's gonna end up getting picked up, or he's gonna end up getting, standing in the corner. But that's the choices and the chances that we have to accept when we step in that box and face each other. And that in itself takes a lot of respect, because there's a process to get that far.
All right, fellas, let me get this disclaimer out the way. This channel in no way, shape, or form condones, support, nor participates in any illegal state, local, or federal laws that violates the Animal Welfare Act of 1979. This channel is strictly for historical, fictional, educational, and entertainment purposes only.
I didn't do the bus ride because today we walked. We walked back to the past today. Okay? Because when we discuss gameness, always a touchy subject. And it always tend to be a bother to guys who breed dogs, had these pretty pedigrees, and claim the name of fame based on a pedigree and not the dog. I just think it's a bad move for a person who's talking about a dog. It's all right to have a game dog, but he's not in the same category as a dog that's out there competing on a constant basis being tested. Every time you match a dog, you're testing that dog's game. He's competing. At all times, he's constantly being tested. As long as he's competing. Whether he's a 6-time winner, 7-time winner, 8-time winner. even those dogs will lose. Robert T was beating everybody, but he couldn't beat Duke, and he quit. Quitting down to less than an hour. Both, daddy and son. But beat a lot of great dogs. Hold on, guys. Hello. Hey, what's up, baby? Hold on. 1 minute. All right, everybody. We got Windmill calling in.
Windmill!
What's up, baby?
fam?
Hold on.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear? Hold on. All right. Can you hear me now?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are
What's
you
up,
on,
Windmill?
bro? What's up, buddy?
Hey. All right, salute to everybody in the chat. You know, I got a short story about this game, this situation, right?
Okay.
I'm 6 years old. Granddad and pops, they go out to the back field. They're going out about 50, 60 yards. They're going back out there to chop that puck with it. You know what I'm saying? And then the pink hogs got out, and I told my cousin, I said, let's let a dog off. Let's let a dog off. I'm about 6 years old. My cousin's about 14. And there was a special dog out there. And we let one go, and that sucker turned back around, and he wanted to go test his daddy. And his daddy kind of looked at him, and he didn't want it. And we seen the standoff. I was about 6, 7 years old. I seen the standoff. He didn't want none of that. So I'm going to tell you something about gamers. Another dog can tell when it's time to retreat. If he ain't got it, he ain't got it. But that day, when we told pops and grandpops about what happened, they said, we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna take them behind the barn. And they put daddy on him, and I guarantee from there on, that hour and 25, hour and 35, however long it was, it felt like we was out there till the morning time. But I tell you what, that baby boy found out he was bored of gameness. He was bored in the situation. He just didn't know it's time. So gameness ain't gonna be tested until they drop that hat. So once you drop that hat back in the day, and you see somebody spit on the floor, you're gonna find out where that game lies in that other dog. Mm-hmm. So don't think that this hog catching and all this other stuff suffices what we did back in the day. That does not count for what a game dog is in the natural essence of an American Pit Bull Terrier. You know what I'm saying? So make sure people know. If it ain't, I've seen the game that's come out of the dog in 42 minutes. I'm a young buck watching this happen. My older cousins will tell you they used to put me on their shoulders so I could see what was going on. But you guys don't get this world in this fake reality of, I put him on a hog and he stayed on the hog. That ain't got nothing to do with no games. Nothing. You ain't gonna know that game until you got a piece of change and you got 4 people you rode with, and you're gonna have to buy groceries probably tomorrow with the money you gambling with, and that boy doesn't go in there and handle his business. So about a minute, hour, 55, 2 hours in, you're gonna find out what kind of game dog you got. So don't come out here and say, we do the hog and we go hunting. I done seen dogs not even run through the brush fast, slowing down. They ain't ready to run through that brush. But a real dog will take off through that brush full speed. So let's make sure we don't lose the essence of the game in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Don't lose the essence. You guys, I understand what you guys want to know, but don't take my heritage away. Well, I know come on, tell the truth. You had dogs on the yard that didn't have it. You knew they didn't have it. But we had dogs that we knew had it. So let's make sure we keep the essence of you ain't gonna know you got something game until they come up against something that got game. Okay?
That's right. That means compete. He's got to compete.
That's right. That's right.
True.
You can't test. You cannot say there is anything such as a test. The test ain't gonna come until that box comes. That's where the test was.
That's true.
If you wouldn't scratch, that's your test right there. You just failed.
So I done seen some game hog dogs, man. I mean, I done seen game hog dogs, man. I mean, for
that
real.
That hog ain't gonna come across that line and break that sucker off into the board.
Right.
That ain't gonna happen.
That's what I'm talking about. That part right there. But he gonna fight for his life. He gonna fight for his life.
He ain't gonna get slammed up in that corner. He ain't gonna get, you know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna get picked up in the air and thrown around like a road jockey. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the test you need to know, because I'll tell you what, some of the best ass kickers can take an ass whooping.
Yeah.
So therefore, you talking about an animal that don't know how to give an ass whooping. So you can't compare that to a dog or that essence of what the competition is to something that don't know how to compete back.
Right.
So let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Okay?
Right, because that hog is fighting for his life.
Exactly.
If he had his way, he's trying to get away.
We gotta let him go.
Let him go then, baby. Let him go. Thank you, Windmill, for calling in, man. No, he makes it a point when, because he ain't trying to give y'all an exit with the hogs. And his point is understandable. There's a lot to going in the hog, catching hogs, and them dogs, I see guys that take their hunters and track them, and then once they got them, they send the catch dog in. The catch dog got to be a rough motherfucker, or that hog gonna get him, because the whole time the hog can get away, he gonna run away. So it's not like he's confident enough to sit there and put his feet down and get into a war. He's just trying to fight for his life. And in our world, we got dogs that's putting their feet down when they first step in. They ain't running. They running into your ass, okay? That's why when the referee used to get saved, release the dog, they wasn't no hog running around trying to jump around the box and we got to go catch his ass. No, they was clashing into each other for war. And I think that's the point that he's making. That's what this game was built on. I mean, we've been back there in the past. I mean, way back there in the past, and how this thing was built up and how these dogs was built, what they were built on. And one of the major pieces to that building was the gameness of the game. I mean, there's a lot of dogs that lost. There's some dogs that was great in game on one night, and it wasn't game when the right dog was put on them. Another dog come in and put you in a situation that you've been putting everybody else in, and you quit. I mean, in this game, you're going to see it. It's not uncommon. Gameness is the final piece of the puzzle when it comes down to you winning or losing. You can be gaming, but getting smashed. What am I supposed to do? Just leave you there because you continually be in game? You're not going to win. So what I'm supposed to do? Just leave this game dog down until the dog finish him off? Or do I be smart enough to know that he's gaming, he's not going to win, and pick him up? But at least I can say I'm picking up a game dog. He lost. But he lost game. Do I leave him down there until I take the fight that I seen when he was really there? Do I leave him to be helpless and then still try to make him game after he's been there helpless? Comes down to a point where, hey, you can take the best dog and damage him where he ain't got no more fight in him and he's going to quit on you. And it wasn't because he was a cur. Never was because he was a cur. How would you leave him down there to be a cur? And how many times did he show you he was game? What type of situation are you going to put him in to try to prove a point? Got to have an eye. Got to know. when there's no win there. I'm not going to sit there and let a dog just chew up my shit until he can't do nothing for himself and then expect him to scratch. If he wants to, he's going to go. But if he can't, and he's hurt, and he's making a decision, life or flight, then you best believe he'll take the flight before he give up his life. He'll stand there, part of the wild, still part of the wild. You got some dogs can take a beat and keep on scratching, but how long are you going to keep him scratching before he stops scratching? This dog should have been picked up 5 scratches ago. But because he took the last and gave all he had because he had a handler or a camp that just leave him there because they already know they lost. So they don't think about the animal no more. And they'll sit there and let the animal get beat up and chewed up and everything else until as long as he's scratching, they feel their money good. As long as he's scratching. That's all he's doing. How many scratches do you think he's going to get? Especially if I'm winning, we could be doing this all night because I will stop you. I'm going to fuck you up until you do stop or you're going to drop dead. It's going to be one or the other because we're in competition. That's what it's all about. This ain't no role. But it's frowned upon. I'm not an advocate to that type of handling your dog. I always say the dog is more important than the money at all times. Regardless of what is on it. If you cannot win, then I've already lost. If I cannot win, then that means I've already lost. So why do I let a dog that showed most of the night that he was just on a better dog, but he gave me all the necessary scratches that he needed to give me. Now it's my turn to look out for him. How far am I going to let this thing go on before it leaves your dog no choice to make those type of decisions when you have no choice? You ain't never been in that situation. You ain't never seen how ugly it looks where you could stand there and say, man, he could have picked that dog up a long time ago. He stopped that dog. That dog didn't stop. He stopped that dog. That's what you hear. That's what I say. He was a game dog. His owner just wasn't game as him. Because he wasn't game enough to pick up a game dog. He let him become a cur. He gave no other choice. They do that. I've seen him stumble, roll. Remember, I lost one with one stumbling and rolling all the way across the goddamn box. She was the grand champion after that. She made that scratch. You know, that's game. But what if Red Ace was scratching? What if Red Ace would have been scratching back in the time? See what I'm saying? It would have been a totally different story. They would have picked her up to save her life, or they would have continued on, depending on her, stumbling all the way across over there and getting mopped. I can guarantee you, there'd been at some point that she was not going to do that. At some point, people may say different, but I don't say different because you can do all the stumbling in the world. That stumbling when you get over there is not going to save you. If you got heart, your game. But ain't none of that helping because you're getting smashed. And if you continue getting smashed, I can guarantee you, you're going to either stand that line or you're never going to make it back to that corner. Either way, you're not going to win. Either way, you've already lost. So always be a gentleman to your dog and know when you lost. Always check to make sure when you lose. And you want to pick up, you're picking up for the right reason because you're taking home the right dog. Know when your feed is in. Know when you lost. But be that dog, man, to know that when you lose, hey, you ain't got all night. Keep things moving. You've already lost. We want to help you make sure you take the game dog home. We can help you. but you done already lost. And that's just how that goes. And while we on that, in dealing with that situation and dealing with so many competitive dogs as a whole, when we're talking about gameness and dogs, I think the topic tonight is really about, maintaining the yard. Now, in my world, maintaining the yard, there's going to be different levels, like we've been talking about gameness and game testing and all that. There's different levels in raising dogs. This segment of the show, when it comes down to maintenance of dogs, starts with me. You've got to have 10, no less than 10 dogs to even believe and understand what the hell I'm getting ready to say. If you got 5 or 6, 7 dogs, okay. But you're not on that level that I'm trying to direct this to, because what you're dealing with is still easy. With at that level, you still can put your dog. If you're in the city, you still got room to put your dog up in cages. In the city, it's wise to have 5 dogs. Especially on that gate law. Hey, it's easy for somebody to put together 5 pens and you got 5 dogs. And it's easy to take care of those type of 5 dogs. They're not hard to worry about because you just got those 5 dogs. This is really set up for those guys that got them 10, 15, 20, 30 dogs, 45, 50 dogs on the yard. Maybe this is not, again, you look whose time you're in my time. That was not uncommon. I'm telling you, I had over 100-something dogs on my yard at one time. Start knocking them down to 80, and then on a matter of a good weekend, knocked it down to 40. You always hear me say that. So but guess what? It wasn't that I maintained a raggedy yard, because every dog that I played with was taken care of and had an opportunity with no excuses. For whatever reason they had to, they didn't make the team. I'm always saying, if you have over 10 dogs, my advice to you, and it does make more sense than when you're feeding over 10 dogs, instead of really trying to do everything else, you should do the most important things. If you're feeding over 10 dogs, you have to have the proper medication and the equipment. When you start feeding over 10 dogs, you have to have the proper medication and the equipment to take care of those 10 dogs, man. I mean, not just the feed and the cleaning up the shit and giving them fresh water. It's something more than that when you're dealing with 10 dogs, 15 dogs, 20 dogs, 30 dogs, 40 dogs. I think this is for you guys. Even if you got 20 dogs and in them 5 different places, that's 20 dogs that you gotta somebody trying to maintain, and put that responsibility on those different places like they your dogs. If you don't put the right equipment for them to take care of your dogs, and all they're there to do is just feed, clean up shit, then it's gonna be shit. You can't complain when they get sick. You can't complain when you're I want my dog. I got my boys worming my dogs every 2 weeks. Well, I have my dog being wormed once a week. I mean, I still hear guys running around here using ivermectin to worm their dog. I mean, I hear guys literally trying to tell people to use ivermectin to worm their dog. They use ivermectin to worm their dog. Nowhere in the motherfucking medical science does it say that ivermectin will cure a fucking dog's worms, hookworms, tapeworms, whipworms, roundworms. Ivermectin is not going to handle none of that shit in the dog, but I hear people trying to explain that to people that it does. You show me one wormer for a dog that has ivermectin in it that takes care of tapeworms, hookworms. Show us. Because if you're telling people misinformation because it's not true. Ivermectin strictly used for the purpose, especially for you guys that got 10, 15 dogs out there in them deep woods, trying to take care of some dogs. Back there in places that it's important to have ivermectin on your yard. Even when your puppies get up 8 weeks old, it's very important that if you're feeding these dogs, it's certain things that you got to do. Now, giving them ivermectin, if there is a benefit to giving a dog ivermectin once a month, benefit is heartworms. You can feel free if you got a dog on a regimen and you got that dog outside, especially for those in those woods, those backwoods, those dark areas where, water gathers when it rains because mosquitoes lay eggs in water. Lay water, dog pan, any pan change, don't change your shit. You got your dogs licking up goddamn mosquitoes and bugs. But the ivermectin will help you. That's a very important thing for guys. And remember what I said. This is good for you guys with the 5 dogs. It's good for you guys that got 9 on down. You know what I mean? These are good things for you to know. But this is really based on somebody trying to maintain yards of 20, 30, 40 dogs. How are you going to have them maintain a consistency? You know what I'm saying? How many young guys can get built up in the matter of 3 breeds, got damn near 20, 30 dogs? Because you're young and you build in your yard. And where are you at with these dogs? Can I knock on your door and walk in and, hey, twin, what's up, man? I came all the way out here, to see, show me a bottle of ivermectin. What's the chances of him going to go get a bottle of ivermectin and then show me he got ivermectin and tell me, why he used it? How many dog men can I knock on their door and get that answer? How many dog men gonna even come back out with some ivermectin? How many guys gonna come back with the ivermectin and I ask them, well, how much is your dog? How much would it take to give a 40-pound dog? And yet they can't answer. So all these dogs we got out here, they all ain't 40 pounds. But when I ask you, well, how much do you give your dog if your dog weighs 40 pounds of ivermectin? See what I'm saying? That's with him with the shit. Is he giving the right doses? I asked a simple question, being you had it. I just didn't leave the fact that you got it. Yeah, I got, well, you got all these dogs out here. How much would it take to, do a 40-pound dog? So if you got goddamn young dogs out there, if you got old dogs out there, you got different weights out there, how you going to know the dosage of your dogs, 20, 30, 40 dogs on the yard, and you don't know their weight? Again, this is all part of yard management. Well, Trent, what the fuck we supposed to do? I would take $10 a week. If I got 30 dogs, guess what? 10 of those dogs going to get the ultimate checkup for that week. So that means I got 10 days, really 7 days to go down through here and take care of these dogs. I like going on a 7 to 10, but when it comes to worming, I take 10 dogs at a time because, see, by the time I get down 10, and 10, guess what? In 10 days, I'm going to be coming around back to those first 10 to check those 10, check them for worms. Am I going to have remnants of worms? And if I've got things in this first 10, because they're going to probably be my MVPs and my stars, I'm going to give them another damn shot of that shit, even if I didn't find it in his worms. Because the other thing for me to be able to do that and do it correctly, I would have to have a microscope. There's no other way you're going to tell me if a dog got worms, and you can see them in the dog shit moving around and shit, then yeah, your dog got worms. You see little white little larvae sitting in your dog shit, and you got brown shit, but you got little white shit coming all over you. You know what I'm talking about. Those are worms. The dog is wormy. I don't give a fuck how fat he is. Yeah, I don't care how good he got him feeling. but he got worms. Now, how are you going to test it if you don't have a microscope? How are you going to test it if you don't have the flotation equipment to pour in the sample to be able to put on the microscope and search for worms? How many of you guys out here that has 20, 30 dogs know how to worm your yard if you don't have a microscope? You gotta have a microscope, people. If you're gonna have that many dogs, you gotta have a motherfucking microscope. And you definitely gonna need a scale. Before you have a microscope, you better have a scale. Because regardless of what you find in the dog, the most important thing you need to know at that point in time is how much is this dog weigh. And you got to understand something, man. It's not just going out feeding dogs. You know, I used to have my own shop records. We got cell phones these days. You got cell phones that I could be going to, you could got your shit that you can go to your dog on your cell phone and be putting in dogs weigh as you weigh them with a whole little database sheet strictly for this particular dog right on your fucking phone. And you guys know it can be done. Where you can have your own little shit. You know, you don't need a particular anything. You can do it on your own text message, do it anywhere that you can put it in a folder that's meant strictly for your dogs. Bobo weighed 48 pounds. Ginger, 31 and a half. Nook Nook, 51. Now, we ain't guessing what his weight is now. We done got 10 dogs in their weight. 10 dogs in their weight written down. Ain't took the first shit sample yet for not one 10 dog. So now I got this shit, I got my samples together. Now as I feed, remember I'm cleaning up shit. I'm getting me a sample. Got my marker, whether I number it or I initial it with the dog whose shit it is. But it's gonna be some type of identification, whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is number 7 shit here that I'm testing. So if I got number 7 for the worms, who was number 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one right here. But I gotta take time away to take care of that part, not just the feeding and the water and the cleaning up shit. Some of those things are missed. The ivermectin missed. Got too many dogs. Know you got mosquitoes. Know your dogs, it rains. No dogs, most dogs is 10 and 20 dogs on the yard is sitting in conditions where they run their chain so much that they run and have puddles, low areas where they ditches and shit like that, where they chained and ran. Then when it rains, it's just full of water. It's just gonna bring mosquitoes, especially out there in the woods. How many of you guys got your dogs on really a monthly thing of ivermectin? That again, it would be 10 dogs a week. If you can't do 20 dogs, but you gotta have the schedule that when you do these 10 dogs, you can't do, if you're gonna do 20, if you ain't prepared, you're just going out there, I just get my dog 2 cc's, it don't matter how much they weigh. 2 cc's? Then you fucking up already, trying to tell me some shit. If you don't know how much to give your dog an ivermectin, that means you're not using it. If somebody out there is using ivermectin right now, tell me how much ivermectin do you give your dogs? If you got 10 or 20 dogs, if you was in this room, if you hear this show, leave your comment. Tell me if you got 10 dogs, especially in this chat, tell me I got 36 and 35, I'm gonna do 4 dogs. I got a 36, a 38, 42, in a 51. How much ivermectin are you going to give per pound to these dogs? Do you know? Do you know the dosage? Do you know the makeup of why we use the 1% swine? You know what I'm saying? It's the makeup. You know, ivermectin, you got to have it at a 2.22 per pound thing, or you can do it all the way down to the per pound. Some vets, they run on that 2.2. 1/10, and that's the one line on the syringe. You know, I've heard vets say, well, I give them 1 milliliter per 22 pounds. You know, that's them fucking with dogs that aren't in those heavy situations, because, you know, most of the time most people just go use heart guard. But if you use anything that has ivermectin in it pertaining to heart guard and any of that other stuff, look at the active ingredient and look at the milligrams, 22. They're going to have on there this right here. It's going to have a weight. You're going to see most vets use that 22.2 scale. But for me, I don't believe I think pit bulls in the condition that they stay under needs more than that. I breaks mine down to 1 every 10 pounds. How many guys know that? So it's real easy to add up. If I'm giving 110, 1 little milliliter, it's not even a milliliter. It's a 10 per 10 pounds. I'm taking a 36-pound dog. I need to weigh. I know I'm going to get him very close to 4 cc. I mean, not 4 cc's, 4/10 of that syringe every month. How you going to have a list? You're just going to be going down doing this, giving dogs shit. It don't work like that. And if you're doing that, you're defeating the purpose, because you're not doing it right. You're not doing it right. If these dogs are you feeding and spending your money on, it's costing you to do this shit, then listen to what I'm saying, because I know y'all ain't doing it. Give me a syringe. I'll show you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know what you're talking about. I know I ain't talking to you. But, you know, I mean, that's just, to me, that is very important, because, you know, a lot of good dogs, by the time they get to their championships, y'all, I'm talking about them 3-year-old dogs, them 2.5-year-old dogs that never had the ivermectin shot, but they was out there winning. They never make it to their grand championship, man, because by the time they get to 4 and 5 years old, they have live hookworms in their heart. There's guys that have been matching dogs, man, with heartworms. And then they wonder why their dog's blood count is fucked up. You know, and they tell me they take their dog to the vet, and the vet be doing blood count work, but they don't, I don't never hear them ever say, but did the vet do a heartworm test? He's taking the dog's blood count, but they have to tell me something. While you're getting all that done, did you get the dog tested for heartworms? How many of you guys will sit there in this conversation and act like y'all know what I'm talking about and say, yeah, I have my dogs tested? You know, you in a keep right now. You in a keep right now, and anything you trying to figure out is why your dog blood count down. You constantly trying to test the dog's blood count. You trying to bring the dog, but you ever think is that is the heartworms? Most of the time, it is the heartworms. And you should already know that if you got a dog in keep, and it's every time you working him hard, his gums start going white, and it just seems like his blood count just can't get it on point. He probably got heartworms. He's probably got them pretty bad. But most guys don't care. And you can do it. You can do it. But I've seen that most dogs can't take it. It depends on the severity of the heartworms. But it does catches up with them. It catches up with them. So that's not good maintenance, period. Because by the time he gets 2 years old and you're giving him Ivermectin, there's no reason for his gums to go white. And if you're doing it right, then guess what? That means you're checking the dog's worms by testing those 10 dogs. Every 10 days, you testing dogs, keeping a record right there in your phone. You're right there in the fucking yard. I mean, I would weigh the dogs every time, because when you start testing dogs and feeding dogs and worming dogs out and finding worms in the dog, and you continue giving them good food and water, those dogs' bodies are going to change. And they're going to get heavier and prettier, or you're going to have to control the food. You can bring them back up to a weight that you're looking good at, and you can kind of monitor the food. Now, I monitor my food, and when I feel like I'm feeding the dog and he's got all his worms and shit taken care of, he's on his Ivermectin, you know, I don't need to be picking up a bunch of goddamn dog shit. Because if I'm picking up a bunch of dog shit and the dog looks good, maybe I need to cut back a little bit on the dog food to cut down on a lot of that shit and still have him looking good. How many of y'all thought about that? I mean, y'all just stuck on this throwing scoops of shit in. You know? Shit, you got the money to keep buying dog food to do that. Yeah, you're going to clean a lot of it up in dog shit. But how about trying to save some of that food and less dog shit by feeding him and knowing what the proper amount once you have him cleaned out and protected up? Got all his shots. He's got all his Ivermectin coming every month. I got a microscope that I'm testing 10 dogs every fucking 10 days. And by the time I get back around, I'm going to test this shit again. And if it looks good and the dog still doesn't look the way I want him to look in those 10 days, I guess what? I'm going to check his shit, and if I don't find him, I'm going to hit him again. Just on the simple note that in the fact that I have found him the first time. I'm only giving dogs the shit that I found the first time. You know, those are to me, the biggest parts of maintaining the yard is them worms and them heartworms. Got dogs outside, you got mosquitoes, you got to have that dog on heartworm. If you got dogs and you got dogs that you out there on dirt, running chain space, shitting, moving shit around, scooting shit all through the dirt, moving it with the chain, stepping in and all that shit, you go do an actual worm test, not guessing, because he's got to start to look skinny and all that shit. By then, he's fucked up. I can tell you, I can find hookworms and roundworms and worms in a dog that look fat as hell. Look like he eating good. But start chopping into his work and start acting like you trying to get him hooked, or acting like you trying to put some work in it. Oh, it will show up. And if not taken care of properly, you're going to see white gums. You're going to see your dog getting real sick. Hookworms and roundworms and tapeworms with a dog in shape, the dog will never make it through the keep. The severity, when you wonder why he couldn't get his blood count together, when you're wondering why you get down to them final minutes where you're putting extreme pressure on your workout, and then all of a sudden your dog fall ill. Just fall ill. You took him over the limit. Something's wrong. You don't know what it is. You don't have a microscope to check and see he got worms. So you guessing. You don't know what it is. You ain't giving them no Ivermectin every month. You just been work this dog, ain't done none of this. But he looked good the whole keep. Then you're wondering why all of a sudden repeat weekend we then fell off. He got literally sick, can't get his count up, stops eating. Did you check him for heartworms? Did you check him for tapeworms? And how did you do that?
Arrowhead Kennels said Ivermectin is 1/10 cc per 10 pounds. My man in the wood has said 0.5, the smaller at 40.
He said 0.5. 0.5 is a half a cc. 5/10 is a cc. Is a half a cc. That takes about a 50-pound dog. Huh? Oh yeah, 40-pound dog takes 4. A 40-pound dog takes 4/10, not 5. You overdose it. You know, and to me, like I said, you're gonna hear. I mean, you look. Don't be surprised if you hear this. You know, 1/10 per 22 pounds. You know, there's vets out there that will tell you that. It's 1/10 per 10 pounds.
That's Arrowhead Kennels.
I know, but I know that, Mike. I'm talking about the people listening.
Yeah, I'm saying Arrowhead Kennels.
But I heard you the first time.
1.10 cc per 10 pounds. Just put it out there so that I can hear him.
I just said it.
I'm saying his name. Arrowhead Kennels.
Mike, they hear
Stated
you.
that the same is for you. Like I said about the guy that said 0.5. He said this was what he said.
Arrowhead said that 0.10 first before you said that. We're repeating something that I said already.
You ask people to put it, this is why they're putting it up
here. Yeah, but Mike, I was right. Hold on, let me finish what I was going to say. You can have all that back. You can even have the screen.
What I'm saying.
Okay, I said you can have the screen.
Okay.
You can have this chair.
Okay, I can do that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Now, what I was saying, everybody, is if you go to a vet and you hear a vet say 1/10 per 22 pounds, and you're going to hear a vet say that to you. If you look in your Merck book, you're going to go look up the Ivermectin and what doses of Ivermectin to give a dog in the Merck book. In the Merck book, it's going to tell you 1/10 per 22 pounds. So you will hear a vet say it, and you will read it. You will come across. That's almost double. That's double what we're talking about tonight. But understand, they're not talking about pit bulls. They're talking about their round, all around, based on we're not using 1% swine. They're actually using the proper level of Ivermectin used on that dog. We're using 1% swine, not cow, not goat, 1% swine. It's the only proper Ivermectin that you give a dog. When a vet said that 22.10 per 22 pounds, he's not using 1% swine. So don't get that part mixed up. Where they tell you that and then you go back and you be using that dosage on a 1% swine. Because it's not the same. They're giving you the doses that are proper. Shit that goes into heart guard. You know, the dog, they're heartworm preventive medicine. And those that have the active ingredient as Ivermectin, you're not going to see on their active ingredient 1% Ivermectin swine. You're not going to see that. It's a whole different dosage. So don't get those two things mixed up. Yeah, Mayhem was right, because clearly before I said it and before he made the first thing, I've already told you it's 1/10 per 10 pounds. You don't know what a 10th is? There's a syringe right here. You know, it's a, you know, y'all see it? That one little line. You know, that one little line there, that one line is a 10th. And yeah, it is. It's 1/10 per 10 pounds. You got a 40-pound dog, you got them 4/10. Got 50 pounds, that's a half a cc. There's nowhere in the world, unless you're dealing with a 100-pound dog, should a dog ever get a cc of Ivermectin. And anybody to tell you that they get a dog a cc every fucking month, the whole yard every fucking month, a whole yard, even if they give them a half a cc, that's a 50-pound dog, and that's what they give all the dogs every month. They're wrong. If they're not even using 1% swine, they're wrong.
G.R.CH said 1 cc per 10 pounds.
He said what?
He said 1 cc per 10 pounds.
It's an overdose. 1 cc per 10 pounds is an overdose. 1 cc consists of 10 tenths. 10 of these. One line is a 10. You give a dog a cc, that's 10 tenths. Don't take a rocket scientist. You're right, it definitely is an overdose. Remember, these are the things that we hear out here in the internet world. Yes, you're correct, it is an overdose. But I'm saying, Mike, I heard what you said. You said it's an overdose.
He didn't say it was overdose.
But
I said it's overdose.
Oh, it is overdose.
He said 1 cc per 10 pounds. I said,
oh, that's an overdose. Oh, he said, okay, that mean you was taking it like you was saying it was an overdose.
I said it was an overdose.
Oh, he was wrong.
That's what I said. He said 1 cc per 10 pounds.
That's wrong.
An overdose.
It's wrong.
Wrong.
You know, it is an overdose. Me personally, I'm telling you the right way. Okay? I'm telling you the right way. For those who don't know, and those who's getting misinformation. Nobody need to tell me, because I already know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like you said, 1 cc. No, he didn't. But Mike, before that, before all this, because when you stepped out the room, we went over all that, which is you're trying to bring us back to. I know, but I had already told everybody.
I just went back to what other people were commenting on. Asked, this is what some people were saying. That's what I'm going back up here.
You're right, but
this was someone that was saying this much, that much.
Well, when Mayhem had already said what he said, because you was in the room, I had already told the guys about the thing.
On it.
But right, but which I don't read them anyway.
That's why I didn't tell you, because they had already commented.
All right, Mike.
When you ask them, and they was putting in, and this is what some other people said. They're all right there. The one that said 110, he's right under Arrowhead. And you got Mayhem said what he said. So these are things.
Well, I don't read them anyway, so I can't only. All right. But we had already been over that.
Right. This is what certain people had said when you asked. Some had it right, some had it wrong.
Right, because you wasn't here to give me those when I asked them. You stepped out, so I kept it going. So, and I did end up telling them.
We're going back over what other people said.
Well, they were right, and then there's people in there that's wrong. You want this seat?
You seem to be doing what you're doing.
All right, because I'm not gonna be.
I'm gonna tell you about.
I don't see chats, and I mean I hear you when you bring them in, but sometimes, man, we'd already discussed that. I didn't told them that 4 times, and I told them like when I got to the 22%, When I got to the 22%, we was beyond that 1%. We dealing with the shit that I was talking about. The vets, what the vets are telling most guys.
Did you not ask the question earlier? Somebody.
We had already passed that.
No, you asked them the question. You never got their answers.
Because you weren't in here.
I was getting a needle.
Yeah, but you weren't in here. But I went already.
I'm only coming back telling you
what they're saying.
Some of them was right. Some of them was wrong. Even though you gave them the answer, I don't think they would have gave that answer.
Then all I'm giving them is yes or no right answer.
That's what they would have never gave a wrong answer if they had already heard you get a right answer.
They did.
Those answers came before you gave an answer. All of the answers came before you gave an answer.
Well, I can tell you, whoever gave those answers, one was wrong and one was right.
Well, there's a couple more I just didn't get into.
Okay, but they can go ahead and start reading them because I'm not reading them, so you can tell me what everybody else said. I don't mind listening.
Just the ones that I seen.
Everybody just had something to say. What are they saying? Well, I need to know, cause I can't even address it if I don't know what's being said.
Solo but connected. He had it right. Mayhem had it right. Arrowhead had it right. Rock Rock, you already heard what he had to say. These are people who were giving answers.
Okay, then I'm asking them. I need to hear those answers because that's only 5 people.
Oh, there was more.
Yeah, you just keep on running that so we can make sure everybody caught on because some people might have gave you the wrong answer. And we want to know those people so we can I can direct and tell them.
IVMX also kills hookworms and roundworms.
That they don't. But they don't.
Let me say his name so you can...
Okay, well, go ahead. Say his name so I can tell him.
Metal Man said... Metal Man, so they can hear it, says IVMX also kills hookworms and roundworms.
Okay, and I'm saying, Metal Man, you're wrong. They don't. They don't kill no intestinal worms, period. Take it or leave it. We just said that before when I was up there talking, when I started talking about IVMX, I made it very clear that IVMX does not take care of tapeworms, hookworms, roundworms, any kind of worms in a dog. IVMX is only used for heartworm preventive. It don't even kill heartworms if your dog already got heartworms. So you're wrong. I'm just keeping it real with you. You're not right. Do a little bit more studying if you don't want to hear from me. And if you're not using 1% swine, then you're wrong. Because that's what you have to use. Not cow, not horse, swine. And there's only one way to get it done. I'm telling y'all the way it is. So no, it's not none of that. And yeah, you can keep on giving me them kind of answers because I can get a chance to address them because I'm going to tell them. If they said all this before I gave them all that, then I'll repeat it again and point out the people who's giving out the right answers since Mike want to say your name and just try to help you out and tell them you're wrong. Metal Man, you're wrong. 1 cc per, 1 cc per 10 pounds? No, I'm talking with somebody else there. I'm not saying their name, but that's the answer that I got, so I'm going to repeat it. I'm not going to use the name, I'm going to use the answer. And the answer was that's wrong. Period. You can do it. You can keep on believing that and thinking that's the worm that kills all, and you're going to be wrong. Do you have a microscope to prove that? Do you have anything to test your worms? Then how do you know that? Where did you get that from? How many of you guys you actually have a microscope? Especially you guys that got over 10 dogs. How many of you got a microscope? How many of you got a collector thing to collect dog shit or a system to collect your dog shit and test your own dogs for worms? How many? Because you sure ain't taking the shit over to the vet. Not nobody with 10, 20 dogs. You sure ain't taking nobody over there to the vet to check for heartworms. So I know that. I know that. Okay, so how do you know these things? If you ain't got a microscope, then how you gonna make that a point? So feel free to call in. Okay? I'm giving you something that you need to hear, and I'm not giving you nothing wrong. I know what worked for me. And I'm not talking about because I want a nice, healthy, pretty dog running around the damn yard. I'm talking about a dog that's built for combat, and by the time he gets there, goddamn it, and the proper things weren't done to him, these are the problems you're gonna run into. You want to get him conditioned and all straightened out, and all of a sudden he's shrinking up, goddamn it, too fast, or his gums are getting white. And what do you got? You got a microscope to start checking shit? Or you gonna be one of them to start guessing? Start shooting it with Ivermectin. What kind of Ivermectin you using? See, again, we asking the very question. That much Ivermectin, and then you trying to worm the dog. Well, how much Ivermectin do you give a dog to kill hookworms and roundworms of Ivermectin? And what kind of Ivermectin are you using? See, all those things playing a part because these are people that's doing things and guaranteeing you they don't have a microscope to check their dog's shit. They'll sit there and say that, but they guarantee you he ain't got a microscope. Because he wouldn't say it if he had one. Be out there thinking you got your dog on a regiment, and I guarantee you go out there and do the shit that I'm telling you to do, and check that shit, and you'll find out that I'm right. If anything, I will show you guys the shortcuts where we don't have to deal with the vet for those certain type of things, because I'm trying to tell you what it takes if you're going to have a yard of dogs. More to just feeding the dog, cleaning up shit that's being drug around the chain, especially when you got a hyperactive dog, shit that's been mixed in the mud when it fucking rains, shit that the dog is gonna always continue. You better have a damn microscope. And if you don't, guys just looking at their dog looking all good and shit, dog looking like he healthy, you think he ain't got shit, how you gonna check him? I'm gonna give him a couple worms. You don't even know how to get a damn dog a heartworm medicine right. And how you gonna worm this dog? How you know what kind of worm the dog got? What kind of wormer are you giving him anyway? Because all wormers don't kill everything. So what is you doing? These are questions that I be wanting to know. Because I know you can't give me legit answers if you ain't got a microscope. You guessing. You ain't got a scale hanging around your yard that you can hang your shit and keep goddamn a file for that. It's important that you got one so you know who you giving fucking medicine to. You gotta have some type of record keeping to keep up with that shit. Got to.
Important Dog Archive asks, is there a test for heartworm?
The only test that you can get for heartworms is to have the vet take your dog's blood and test it. The vet, I have never found one, something commercial, no backyard gimmick, none of that have I ever found to give us a rundown on heartworms. And vets don't, if you don't pay for a heartworm test, they're not gonna test for a heartworm. Your dog will have white gum, blood count be low. And you taking the dog up there talking about that I can't keep his blood count up. I don't understand what's going on. If you don't tell that vet to check that dog for heartworms, come back and tell me if he got heartworms, because you're gonna need to know. Along with any other test you do, can you put, when you do that blood test, can you do a heartworm test while you're at it? If you don't, just let him test the blood, he's gonna go test the blood. But is he gonna be looking for heartworms if you don't tell him? Because that's a different type of test. And he be charging you for a heartworm test. Right now, you asking for a blood screen. And most of the time, they come back saying, yeah, I don't understand. I don't know what it is. You know, how many of them been told that shit? Dog count keep going up, and then all of a sudden they go back down and shit. And then he come back, I had a blood test. He think it's some kind of blood virus or something like that. He don't know what it is. Can't give you an explanation because did you ever ask him to check your damn dog for heartworms? Because he's sure not going to do it without unless you speak on it. Because he's going to charge you for that too. He's just taking a blood screen. There's a whole different type of test for heartworms. Another fable you have to make clear to you guys to let you know. Dogs being in, keep falling off, got wormed up, keep putting bullshit in them and thinking they all right, and then you wonder why they keep falling off. Guarantee they got some type of fucking parasite in them. And the more stress we put on there, and the more pressure we put on that workout, and it just expedites because the body is just falling apart, even though you building it. They're sitting there just tearing it apart. The inconsistent care makes it a fucking bigger problem because guess what? You end up paying a forfeit because you never got the dog goddamn level back up. And the vet show didn't tell you what brought it down. I know because they say it all the time. How many times you heard people call me and to ask me? And guess what? The first thing I tell them, take the dog back up there and get a heartworm test. Because you should have no business checking for hookworms and all them other worms when you got a fucking microscope at home that's far cheaper to use than taking them to the fucking vet to have the vet do it. More economically used if you do it. One thing you can test at home to make goddamn sure, one thing, it ain't the worms. Or you're going to go in there and you're going to find a bunch of shit in there and you're going to say it's the worms. My man Old Yeller said the vet treats heartworms in 4 treatments. But guess what? What the vet don't tell you, and you need to ask the vet what it do to the heart. You got to ask the vet, what are the effects of that 4 treatment? They know they're shooting poison in the dog. Yes, it's a real strong, it takes a lot out of a dog to get treated for heartworms. Dog might not be able to get matched if he has heartworms. Because those 4 treatments, the sure don't make that heart no better. It actually does damage to the heart. Based on what the heartworms done to the heart, the damage that damn near like arsenic that they're giving the dog. Do your research. Ask the question. Don't be so quick to say and be ready to match the dog, and still the dog is going to be fucked up. The dog might never be matched. He might not never get matched if you try to treat him. I had Roger Ramsey get treated. Sure did. Had him treated because he wasn't my dog. And at one time when I got him back and I put it on him, you know, I got him back and was getting him ready and was wondering why he kept falling off. And I had him treated. But I couldn't understand why he kept falling off. Even after being treated. He don't have heartworms. He don't have worms. What's wrong with him? The vet told me that treatment is hard on the dog. Dog is doing heavy activity. He may not never be able to do that heavy activity because it puts a strain on the dog's heart. Now, I don't know who the person was that said that with the 4 treatment, because Mike didn't really say your name, but I don't remember. Oh, Yeller, go back in there and say, let me tell you, go back and check your vet. Go back and check your vet and ask him, what's the effects of that 4 treatment? What kind of chemicals are you using and what effect does it have on this dog? And watch what he tell you. It's not going to be good news. It's going to be you're not going to like what you hear. Old fella said, time to find a new vet. Right, because I mean, it's what I'm trying to do is keep y'all away from the vet. I'm telling you, if you give your dog the ivermectin, you don't have to worry about the vet. If you do, you get your microscope and you stay on top of your dogs, you don't have to worry about the vet. Those are things that you can do to eliminate the vet in our scarred up dogs. And our dogs walking around coming into the vet's office ready to chew up everybody. I'm going to read this comment by Sports Archives. Sporting Dog Archive said, oh fella, that's what the vet told me. They said if your dog already got heartworms, they could give you the medicine they use. It prevents heartworms. He forgets the name of it. Tell him what the name that help to prevent them we've been talking about a lot. What's a heartworm preventative? 1% swine ivermectin. Which get that Sport Dog Archive. Yeah, I would put it up and I would go in. I would show them some shit. Heart guard is preventative. Right. Preventative. The vet told you a lie. It takes care of worms in pigs. Ivermectin swine take care of all that shit in pigs, not dogs. If you got a bottle of Ivermectin, read the bottle. It's actually for pigs. Not dogs. If he told you that shit kills shit in dogs, he's lying to you because it doesn't. It really don't. Then that's like saying, with the way they're making this new all-in-one heart guard for heartworms and killing worms and all that shit, if it was Ivermectin, it would be the only active ingredient in that wormer, that pill. The coverall, you know the new medicine they got out where kills, it prevents heartworms, it kills hookworms, whipworms, tapeworms, roundworms, it kills them all. One tablet every 30 days. You go on there and you get that box, go pull that medicine up and you tell me that active ingredient is just Ivermectin. Because what you're telling me, that's what Ivermectin does, is what your vet told you. Then you go get that medicine, you tell me the actual active ingredient, you're going to see anything that got Ivermectin in it. You're going to see Ivermectin and a whole bunch of other shit. Guaranteed. And Ivermectin won't be your main ingredient because Ivermectin does not kill those worms. You need, like somebody said, I'm sorry to tell you, you need to get a new vet. It's like the vet running around telling people 1/10 per 22 pounds. 1/10 per 22 pounds, that's damn near double the dose that we're talking about. But he's talking about Ivermectin for what? What type of Ivermectin are you using? I ain't hear nobody, when they was telling me what the vet said with that 22, was they telling me that they was using 1% swine. I'm telling y'all, there's only one heartworm preventative that you use on a dog, and it's 1% swine Ivermectin. Not goat, not cow, not horse. So, guys, I'm going through this and I'm giving you the things that's being said, and you heard of some of them your damn self. You hear what they're saying. They're getting that information from where? Again, guaranteed, the very question, do you guys have microscopes at your yard? Anybody out there got 10 to 20 something dogs, do you have a microscope?
Big shout out to my man, Sport Dog Archive. He said that preventative medicine works well when they never got it.
Yes, that's exactly right.
You never want them to get it.
That's why I push it like I do.
You cannot slack off your yard. Good shout out to Sport Dog Archive.
You said it. You said it exactly the way you needed to say it. But guess what, my friend? I'll give you a little trick to that too. If you got a young dog, because as soon as you get the dogs away from their mamas, I always start my heart guard with the puppies because they're really tiny little things. I don't even give him. One thing I don't do. Once they turn 3 months old, they start on their APBT treatment. Yes, they do. And they get weighed like the grown dogs do. They get their shit tested under the microscope like everybody fucking else. Because before they hit the chain, you got a chance for a dog that's under a year old, that's never had APBT in him, that by the time he get 18 months old and you stayed on that regimen for that 12 months, let me tell you what APBT does do. It will kill heartworms in your dog. Yes, it will. You have to do it 12 months straight of a treatment of APBT will kill live heartworms in a dog. And continuous treatment will prevent it from getting worse. It's not it's not a one treatment thing. It's a consistent amount of APBT that you keep putting in the body. And as the dog grows and grows, the injections increase. It's still doing its job, but it's also killing and working on the ones that they have. You can damn near test. You can test it. You can test what I'm telling you. Test what I'm telling you. Go have a dog, and it works good, but you can't do it at 3 years old. At 3 years old, you got full, mature, goddamn long ass worms strapped around in the dog's chambers of his heart. By the time he's 5 years old, it's squeezing him out and he's liable to die. Most good dogs die of heartworms. They get old from heartworms. They stop breeding through heartworms because it's choking the heart. It's not an intestinal parasite. It's a blood parasite. And it has nothing to do, it can't help you. But I know this for a fact. 1 year straight of a regimen of APBT, if I had a young dog at a year old that got heartworms at an early age, that got eggs in him, I guarantee you by the time he turns 2, you can take that same dog back to the vet without getting him a goddamn bit of nothing from the vet and have that dog tested for heartworms. I guarantee you won't have them. Anybody want to challenge that? We got a year to do it for me to prove it. Just trust me and try it. Without taking them there and getting that arsenic shit put in them, you're taking a chance of ruining their heart. Because it does damage. It's real. They're going to tell you. That's why I'm telling you the information so you guys can go out there and go see for yourself. Do the research. Stop listening to people. You don't want to listen to me? Then take what I'm telling you and go research, because I'll be down with some of the answers that I heard tonight. You're sure not going to get that answer that y'all coming up with, because it's not the truth. You're hearing that shit off of Facebook. You're hearing these guys just thinking they, like I said, you got all these damn Earl tutors don't know what the hell they doing. They ain't never worked a fucking dog and seen what the effects of a wormy dog look like in a goddamn key. Don't even know what it look like. So what the fuck you talking about? I mean, for real, why I want to talk to somebody who don't know what a wormy dog look like in the key? Because he ain't ever had one in the key. Try to put one in the key. Try to put one that's got real bad heartworms, 2.5, 3 years old, out there trying to hit the circuit with heartworms. Depending on how bad they is, he won't have a career. There be some good dogs out there, y'all winning because they good enough, but guess what? They ain't going into no deep-ass bulldog country because when they get there, guess what? Things over an hour and a half, they end up dying. They end up dying and guarantee you go get them checked out. Guess what you're going to find in them? They're going to have heartworms. You matched your dog with heartworms. That's why he couldn't make it.
I mean, old fella says, you're right, twin. I did it. You're right. I did it, twin. I mean, Cool Bean, what up, fam? He said, my bottle says cattle and swine on it. The 1% solution.
If it has cattle and swine, I can't knock it. I don't know about the cattle part, but if it got 1% swine, fella, I would have to go with you with that. Because that one is 1%. 1%, and it's, like I said, you said swine, and it has cattle on there, I ain't trying to stop it, bro. I would, me personally, I would prefer giving me the straight swine. You know, if you can find the bottle and you see a bottle that has straight swine, I think you would feel a whole lot comfortable having that bottle than to be sharing the bottle with the cattle and the swine, because I don't know what you really got. Especially if you know you can see a bottle with just straight swine. You know, maybe they're the same thing. Maybe you can check that out with your research. You know, look at what you're using and then go out there and find one that ain't got the cattle and see if you're getting the same shit. You know, and then if you are, hey, bro, you know, work with it. But you know, there's a reason why they have swine and cattle in 2 different bottles.
My man, Student for Life Dog Training. What up, fam? He said, the reason I don't is because we don't have mosquitoes in the cold weather.
You live in Alaska? He live in Alaska? Because I know wherever he lives, he ain't got mosquitoes. That mean they ain't got water and they ain't got heat. Because mosquitoes, they need water. They need water. They need puddles of water. I mean, mosquitoes will lay eggs in any kind of moisture. Any standing water, they're putting eggs in it. So you have to be in a cold place where water is not a wise place for a mosquito to lay an egg because it'll freeze or the temperature is too cold. You got to be in you got to be in Alaska somewhere where it never, you know, it's always cold, because anywhere it's warm, you're going to have mosquitoes out. That's what I've always felt. You know, now, you know, I would like to know, are there mosquitoes out there in California in that desert area? Is there mosquitoes out there? I'd like to know that, because usually mosquitoes hang around wooded areas. Areas that need water. Trees need water. Ponds always got weeds and sitting water. You know, the desert, you very seldom see a tree. You know, you very seldom see a forest for a mosquito to even migrate. Very seldom see some fucking water.
I mean, School for Life Dog Training said, is there a reason I should use Ivermectin during the cold months?
During the cold months, I'm going to tell you why I would use Ivermectin even during the winter. Even during the winter. Because Ivermectin, if you never took your dog to the vet to get the thumb up that your dog is free of Ivermectin, then I would be giving my dog Ivermectin. Yeah, what did I say? Huh? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Free of heartworms, then I would keep my dog on Ivermectin even in the winter. Because unless the vet tells you you don't have Ivermectin, I'm sorry. If the vet tells you you don't have heartworms, then I can see you not using it. And if you're not using it, it's because it's cold. Okay? And you don't have mosquitoes to worry about. That's clear. But if you had not had your dog tested, then I would assume that if you've been giving your dog Alvimec and you don't know whether your dog has got heartworms, continue giving your dog Alvimec even through the winter. Because remember what I told you about giving a dog 12 months straight Alvimec. If you have small migration and infestation of heartworms, that 1 year treatment, boy, gives them it gives you a whole lot to work with. So yes, I would continue to do it unless you got a exam from the vet telling you you don't have heartworms. Then you really just using it for a preventive in the season that you need it. But if you ain't got a vet telling you that, just assume that you do, because you're dealing with mosquitoes, and the possibility of you having heartworms. I wouldn't get off that 12-month treatment. I would tell guys to do that religiously. I mean, in 2 years of giving a good heartworm treatment to your dog, just imagine, guys. I mean, by the time your dogs get up to 3 years old, he got a better chance. And if he had heartworms, they ain't bad as they would have been if you didn't have that medicine constantly going into him. You're probably treating him and killing him as you go. By the time he's 3, he's free of that shit and ready to work. It's the dogs that's around that 2 and 2.5 years old are the ones that you begin to suffer, because that's when they start showing up. You know what I'm saying?
Get up. Let's go.
You got your friend out there? Look what I got stopping through. My man, slide on up in here and get on that camera, bro. My boy, man. Y'all know who he is.
Doing, brother?
That fat boy from Slingshot. What's up, baby? Give me that top up, big bro. Oh, yeah, you know what's up, man.
You already know.
Yes, sir. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, brother.
That's good, man. That's good. Oh, yeah. I just came off a hell of a week. No, I ain't got into that yet, but we'll talk about it. But, man, we had one on LeBron James weekend. That hometown love, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was real nice. If the dog game was like that, man, if the dog game was like what I saw, man, and you know what? It used to be back in the day when we used to, there was great circles out there.
Yes, sir.
You eat good when we went to places. They treated you good.
All that.
We had good matches. Wasn't no yakking and crazy shit.
Man.
It was real bulldogging back then. It was really, it wasn't all this hype shit. It wasn't all this talking shit, It was a lot of that when we got there, but guess what? Once you involved in that goddamn box, all the shit talking, all that shit don't mean shit, because guess what? The truth is being told right there. Right there. And the person who talked the most better hope you win.
Because you had to say, you should say, build your community, BYC.
Build your community.
Build your community.
That's right. You got to build your community. Man, I might have my community I was raised in, man. I got a great community. I always told y'all LeBron came from our community. Southwest Akron. You know what I mean? My boy, what he did for us, man, LeBron did for the city of Akron. I mean, he always referred to Akron as his community, his hometown. That's his community. He didn't say the west side. He didn't say the south side. He didn't say the north side. He said Akron. So when he came back to Akron, he gave back all of Akron, all the community, all 4 sides of Akron. My boy, Southwest side, and they know where the originators of the, I always say, y'all, the young generation, they took it from this generation, but S2W used to be in our side of town, we call it S1W. So that story in itself that Mike went over with you, that was community. And in that community, I hadn't seen these people 20, 30 years. You know, it's just the life that we all had growing up. For a person to bring all them people together, it was there for him. You know what I mean? He handpicked. So you know, you get that many people out of the community, and you drop bread like that on those people, you best believe everybody knew each other when we got there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew each other. Everybody showed nothing but love. Everybody was happy to see each other. It was something real happy to see, man. And I had a fear. I mean, it was a privilege for me to be a part of it. And it was definitely a whole lot of privilege to me to be considered a legend. You remember, I don't self-claim myself. You know what I'm saying? So when people tell you that and they acknowledge you as that, man, I ain't that argument. You know what I mean? That's right. It's evidently I was doing it right. If they love me like that, you know what I mean? They acknowledge me like that. You know what I'm saying? They even make me a part of that.
How that make you feel?
Man, it made me feel good, man. It really did. I mean, they got it all on Facebook and shit. You know, it's all out there. You know, cause they, you know, they. I mean,
you know what you did.
Ain't too many people.
You already know what you did within yourself.
Yeah, and just what he did. Right. I mean, bro, that man. We went to the man took. Imagine paying 100 tickets, regardless of where you at. He's paying for your plane. 100 people. When you get there, you got a big old tour bus. Take you everywhere. We eat everybody. We ain't paying for nothing. Came in there, weed everywhere. It's legal in California. Bags sitting out. Your hand put that shit while we smoke. All these people. Went to Universal VIP. 75 people. 75 people. VIP. And so you know they got to get the people to guide you around. You know what I mean? Because we walking through everything. We ain't standing in no line. Shut down the restaurant for us to sit there and eat. And ain't none of us. Listen to me, man. Then one of us. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they put everything down on the rooms. Everything was covered, man. And that was really nice, man. And you know, I said this to be saying it. The dog community, why so many guys like Gameville, you know, even in your case, guys that got our dogs and was able to move on with our dogs and work with those dogs, man, that was a community. Because them was our little niggas, you know, them was mentors. We were mentors to these people. We gave them something. It's different than the person who's coming in buying something and then shooting off to the other side of the country. Some of these, a lot of those going hard dogs, they were built off of guys who believed in us. That you can walk back in this room and you'll hear them talk about us. We hear the old guys talk about us. Because we all had something to do with what made that game great. And what really made it great was us competing. Wasn't all this other shit. You wouldn't even know who we was if we wasn't out there competing. We can talk a lot of game shit and all that shit like everybody else because we're enough in this dog game to know a lot. But we know a lot because we did a lot. We didn't talk a lot. We did it. You know, and a lot of these kennels that we bought through here, y'all, a lot of you guys just can't accept that because y'all want to compete with your mouth. Y'all want to act like y'all know everything with your mouth. You know what I'm saying? But see, I'll never give you guys a break. I would never fall victim to that shit because where I don't gotta talk. If you can read, you can see. You read it for yourself. I ain't got to brag about shit. But if you get hungry and want to really know, you know what I'm saying? You will shut up and get into my world before I open my mouth and get into your world and turn it into a talking battle because talking ain't getting shit done. You know what I'm saying? So we all on the agreement to that. Y'all know how to handle that shit if you want to start up and really find out. And that's how our community works. You know, we don't need to be on Facebook. We don't need to be on no podcast hollering shit. You bought your shit, you know what's going on. It's all there. Keep in mind, guys, we're talking in my time, y'all, in my world. Imagine that. Put that same shirt on with all that shit in the past and think how that shit is supposed to match up to what I'm saying in my world right now. How can you holler back at me when I'm not hollering at you? I'm looking at you telling you, I guarantee you, when you shut up, we'll see. Right now, you just talking. That's how the dog game is. See, there's no room for all this. All that happened when they said release the dogs. Now, you're going to hear a whole bunch of shit talking in. But as the night moves on, it does get quiet. It does get quiet.
Quiet, huh?
Yeah, it gets quiet. It gets quiet. You know, I've seen many great ones, boy. There was a whole lot of you hollering. Shh, shh, shh. Let the dogs work. Let the dogs work. They get, you know, it's like UFC. Everybody get excited. Oh, I told you. I told you.
Yeah. Don't let the dogs work.
No, they don't let the dog work. They doing all the work with their mouth. But boy, you
catch a rabbit in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Catch a rabbit on the track in 5 minutes.
And be swearing they got it. Swearing they got it till about that 25, 30 minute walk, and he gassing. That rabbit too fast. That rabbit too fast. He didn't got hot. That rabbit's moving away. Yes, sir. He didn't give up, y'all. He didn't give up the ghost. So look, what had you laughing in the beginning, had you crying in the end. And a lot of those dogs that fall like that, they can't keep their air. They keep running hot, guys. I'm telling you what it was. It was worms and heartworms. Two of the main things, if you ain't got a microscope in your house, you're guessing. How else you gonna know? You know what I'm saying? You got to have. And even then, you got to test. You got to test. Because you don't.
They weren't bad.
That's right. Because that medicine that he's talking about is expensive. Very expensive. So why would you be using it guessing? Because even if he did have it, even if he did, what you mean? You guessing. Stop guessing, people. You're spending money on the collars. You're spending money on the chains. You're spending money on the treadmill. You're spending money on the flirt pole. You're spending money on the best of food. Spending money on Social Security and all the most important things that can keep your dog healthy is a microscope. A microscope and a bottle of 1% swine. Ivan. That's what I said. Yep. The microscope. You need more of the microscope than you need the medicine. Because the microscope gonna tell you if you need medicine. You ain't gonna be wasting medicine. Giving dogs worm medicine for what? If you don't even know, oh, but he look like he can skin. Well, won't you take a shit and find out why? Because the older dogs, they start getting skinny because they have heartworm. See, their weight won't pick up because they have heartworms. You know, you can pile it on them, but you can't really ever fill them out. And if you're having a microscope and ain't finding no worms, every once in a while when you go pushing on your dog, he keeps losing his blood count. You know what I mean? Keep falling short. Then you have to get the dog tested for heartworm. I mean, it's when you get to that point right there where you're putting the dog in shape. Because a lot of guys, they get that red cell. You know, you hear a lot of guys talk shit about that red cell. You know, red cell is good to build up the blood, but I'm gonna tell you something. That B12, B15, that can help you. It can help you. Me, I will stick with the B12 in the beginning with them injectables to get that blood count up, but I'm going to continue always with that B15. And for you guys that don't know, don't try to beat up what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying, and then go see for yourself, because a lot of guys out there, they know exactly what I'm saying. And if they don't, they know enough that they, ooh, twin, right. Or they're going to go and check and say, why did he say B15? Why did he say B15 with B12? Why did he say red cell? If you don't know, do your research because this shit will help you. What's that, big bro? Mm-hmm. Okay. Vetro is an antibiotic. You don't need antibiotics. We're not running low. So we don't use that when you need it. Yeah. I believe that. I know, but we on TV, man. Right. Sit down here, man. So when I talk to my friend, okay, this is a learning thing, you know what I mean? And this is my boy. And I'm telling him, he pays good money for this stuff to take care of his shit. I always tell him, man, this is good shit, but we want to have this shit when we really need it. I don't have an infection nowhere, so I don't need to give him something this good. But I have this as a problem because this right here is supposed to give me a clean dog of worms that continuously have worms in his stool. When you worm them, you have to have a microscope. This don't go on the fact that you wormed him and expect the worms to be gone.
What medicine is that?
Go ahead. Talk to the people, man.
Johnson Plus. Johnson Plus, 100 milligrams.
And tell them why you're resorting to this pill right now. Tell them what's been going on.
Because one pill is a full wormer. My dog ain't been working in a while. So I'm working the first time. Gonna see worms again. So you do it 30 days later. I think they will be cleaned out.
But we will continue to test. It's important because if you had a microscope, we won't be guessing. We won't depend on the medicine. We'll depend on the microscope. Because it's the microscope that's going to tell us if we need it or we don't.
This is the Betro.
And that's a real strong antibiotic.
From infections, anything. And we're not a vet. So you're guessing, you can give them to your dog. Water come out, eyes busting up, anything, get to them. We're not a vet.
You know what I'm saying? And there's a way. There's a way. Me, I'm like the guy that sits there and I know these things and I ask for these things because these are things I need. But anybody that gives antibiotics, this is Betro. This is a good antibiotic. But have you ever gave a dog one pill in antibiotics? And when the dentist got a big ass abscess in your mouth, he's not going to give you one cephalexin pill and say, take this. And it's supposed to work. So don't get misguided because this is nothing but one pill. When you start using this pill here, you better have a couple more because this is a very strong and good antibiotic. And when you need this one right here, is because you got trouble. This is that trouble pill here. Betro is a trouble medicine. You got Betro on, when you're using Betro, you're using because there's a bad infection. There's a problem. Other than that, you got all the ampicillin, cephalexin, you know what I'm saying? Moxicillin, you got all them right there. But when you go to this one right here, that Betro, there's a problem. And you have to know when that problem has to resort to this pill. Okay? So those are two good things. And you come in while we doing a show about this very same shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what our show was about.
Went up with spirit.
You know what I'm saying? That's good. It's always, bro. I'm glad you stopped by, man. You know?
It's 100 milligrams.
Okay. Now, you got to tell me. Okay, I was going to say.
I work once every 30 days now.
Okay. So I'm going to give him half of this, and then I'm going to wait to 30. But in the meanwhile, I'm waiting on that half.
I'll be clean. That first one. But this is strong dose.
Okay.
The last other one,
Okay.
it was flat like this here.
Mm-hmm.
I told him, I got it today. I was like, I'm going to get him. He showed one on the bottle.
We giving him more because we still, I'm telling you, I'm still showing up with worms in the board. That's right. You know I'm
ready to call you.
Okay.
Yes,
yes, sir.
But he showed me and broke down to me and said, I know he had worm bag. I know where he was at.
Yep. Okay. But you see your boys on top of that. All right,
I know.
I got you.
Okay, fun.
My man. Hey, y'all,
See y'all
everybody
later.
get
Good
my
night.
man. That's my boy, man.
Good
That
night.
slingshot. Thanks for coming through, bro. And love you too, big bro. I'll be in touch too, big bro. I want to give a big shout out to my man, Sporting Dog Archives with the $5 piece. Appreciate that. The love family says, does Fat Boy know about UFC Scrappy? Yes, we do. He's still alive. Hey, I don't know if it's, here, let me check right quick. Let me go ask that question. Yes, we know, you know UFC. Let me go check on Scrappy, though. I'll jump in the camera while they out. Y'all got your pens and papers in your notebooks. I hope y'all writing some of this shit down. It's coming fast. I know it's coming fast and hard, but again, it's about how important this maintaining of these dogs is, you know, it's really hard. So again, because of the situations we deal with, we felt like we needed to talk about it. UFC Scrappy is still alive. Yes, he's still alive. It's good that he stopped by because, you know, see, this is what happens when it comes down to getting in touch with somebody who knows. You know, I will give you what you want me to give them, but I'm testing. I don't know what the hell they've been giving you, but I'm still getting worms because I'm testing. I'm not guessing. I'm testing. Listen to me. All that stuff you got out there, look on Amazon, look on what they call Craigslist. You know, I got my microscope, and I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do Friday. I'm gonna pull a sample. I'm gonna give me a couple of samples, and I'm gonna go over on the computer because see, I can hook my my camera to my microscope and actually check from the screen, so we'll be able to sit there and scan through this shit together. We'll be able to scan there and look right on the screen as I'm searching around and be able to point out if we can find shit around in here. But at least I'll be able to show you how very important that shit right there will save you wasted medicine and needed medicine. What did I say? You got to know your dog's weight. And you got to know it. And you got, like I said, you got the phones. I mean, you need to keep records of what you're doing with your animal. How many guys are just set a date on the date you get your ivermectin? If you don't remember, you can pick up your phone and just look on your phone. You get all these other pedigree programs. You use Pets and like, go get you an app that can keep up with your dogs. Put it in a lock. We got locks on our phones. We got bolts on our phones that we can put files. You don't want everybody nosing around in your shit. You know, get a special phone to keep it in. Whatever, just keep a file on your dog so you can keep up with the shit. And this is to the guys that's got 10 and 20 and 30 and up dogs. Because, you know, them yards still exist. Big shout out to my man Cool Beans 1203. He said, when giving antibiotics, always start with a medium antibiotic. That's this information from California Jack. You know it, and I'm going to be going over that from California Jack. We're going to go over some of that stuff too, fella. You dead ass right, because, you know, I the information I got, some of that information was a little off wrong, but I can tell you majority of it was good information, guys, that can really, really help you. But there were some things in there, and if I could point out, you know, things that I found to be wrong, you know, I would let you know, you know, to do stuff. But remember, I told you I was up at California Jack's shit, you know, and he was given to me. He gave me he gave me all this shit. You know, it was cool. At the same time was when we got that picture with 9 milli. Yeah, while we was up there waiting, we got a chance to sit out there, and I got a picture of 9 milli with my KP. You know, and he gave me that magazine. He gave me the whole little magazines of those things, and there was good information in it. Information is very important for you guys. That's for damn sure. It's good information to have around. You know, I used to have the Mert book. I don't have my Mert book because when they hit my crib, they took that book. But I used to have the red one and the green one. You know, and if you guys don't like reading, then you need to have a person like me that you can turn to, like Slingshot and UFC and all these guys. We're a community that, you know, I help them take care of their dogs, you know, because they don't be having microscopes. They don't be having that type of time. But look, you can't do it, then that's why you turn to me, because I don't mind doing it. I'm not doing nothing else. I'm not in the dogs. I'm not doing dogs. I mean, what the hell? But I can help you take care of dogs. And that's what they want. They know who I am, and they know they can count on me. Like I'm telling y'all. I'm giving y'all the same information that got them believing in me because they done seen it work so many times. You know, and I ain't trying to be a vet. I'm trying to be an advisor. Anytime you take care of your dogs and you got over 10 damn dogs, you got a little bit more experience and knowledge of understanding how it is to take care of a dog compared to a person who's got 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And that was the one thing that got me saved in court in my own trial. And one day I would be glad to pull that law up in Florida that states that when they was trying to make me, you know, some wannabe vet type motherfucker. Like I'm one of them. I ain't trying to be a vet. I'm trying to take care of my yard sufficiently. So I had to up my knowledge because I don't have the resources to be able to take every dog. I had the resources to give what the county require of some rabies shots, but I might not have the expenses to be able to run my dogs to the vet all the time. So I have to do things of preventive maintenance to make sure. So I'm will be a little bit more knowledge and need a little bit more things that relate to more veterinary work. Because I have so many dogs, my knowledge would be a little higher and more knowledgeable compared to a person that has 1 dog or 2 dogs or 3 dogs. And that was my argument when I was going over this shit with the vet, because I have 20 dogs. Did that make me on the same level as a person that has 1 dog when it comes to me caring for one? No. And I had to explain that in front of a jury. That's the truth. You're going to learn and you're going to be more knowledgeable. Get that microscope. You've been paying for this, or you ain't going to been paying for it and you've been guessing. Get the microscope. I just added something to you, making you a little bit more knowledgeable because of your understanding of having so many dogs. You will be more knowledgeable than that one person with 1 dog. They can afford to just take your shit over to the vet. Don't have nothing to worry about when he goes. In this world of mine, in my time, how can you do that when y'all talking about testing dogs and schooling dogs and all that shit? How? I mean, half of you guys don't know how to go in there and scrub your dog down to the meat and clean the dog up and close him up, you know what I'm saying? And put him on the antibiotics so he can snap back quick where he don't look as bad. But guys that just sit out there and just believe, just leave him down. I'm doing mine for an hour and 30. Imagine what a dog looked like in an hour and 30, y'all, back in my time, and it wasn't even a match. No, they so-called game testing. Imagine what he looked at like. So what good is he gonna be? How long are we gonna have to wait on him before we even decide to match his ass? You see what I'm saying? These are the things that you hear, they talk that shit, but does it really make sense to a real motherfucker to know this shit? It sounds good to y'all, but you don't know. You wanna act like y'all. And I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just telling you about how the fraternity is. Because you're in my time, and I can speak of my time because it's too far back here to matter to y'all, unless you're taking some of this information back with you and looking at yourself in the mirror and say, hey, a lot of that shit I can take out of what I'm doing that can help me. Because that's what it's all about when you come in my shit. You don't hear me trying to sugarcoat none of this shit. I tell y'all when y'all come to this podcast, this is about dog fighting. We're talking about dog fighting was done long ago. And I'm going to spread it all out there. Ain't got nothing to do with the now. Ain't got nothing to do with the then. It's got something to do with education and entertainment and understanding. And so I'm going to always be that. I ain't no advocate for this and this and that. I ain't know all that. I'm just who I am. I don't care about everybody else and what they do. I'm down with it, but it ain't me. But I'm down with it. I'll support any damn thing. But it's real hard to support me because I ain't got shit for you to support but this show. And the knowledge that I put in this show as a used-to-be dog fighter. Everybody want to be that? Can't be that. They want to be that to be what? You know, I see so much of that, you know, and I'm not putting this out here to you guys like I'm trying to be all that because just the same, I could have kept all this shit to myself and kept it a secret. You know, but I help a lot of people. I can help you. I know what I'm telling y'all, and it's going to help a lot of y'all. If you listen and do your research, and it's very important that you do your research because, like I said, if you can see, that means you can read. So there's no excuse. And if you can read, that tells me you can see. And I tell you what you go see so you can read. Just because you heard what I said. Go see for yourself. Don't be so quick to jump on the bandwagon based on some shit you heard off of Facebook and think you're going to challenge me. Okay, then I'm going to go back to that messenger shit of who you trying to tell. You know, where'd you get the shit from? You know, I'm still asking about who got microscopes. You know, who got microscopes? Any of y'all got microscopes out there? How many of you guys out there in this chat room right now got microscopes? Let's find that out. You know, y'all hear me? Come on. How many of you guys out there? How many of you guys got that in your program? A raising dog. And this is really for the guys that got more than, you know, even if you got one or two dogs. Let's just say, let's not put a number on them. Let's just see who got microscopes. Okay. Because that, I mean, Karen and it plays such a big part, man, when it comes down to the competition. And back then our time, you had to have a healthy dog. Some guys got away with doing dogs with heartburns. A lot of guys was trying because them dogs probably was rough enough that you know that they can just, you know, hey, it's dogs out there that can win. And they didn't have to, they didn't never get pushed and tested to that limit where the effect was, you know, there was a coming effect. But I seen the effects. I seen those good dogs take falls. You know your dog got heartworms. At some point, they mean you had your dog tested and he had heartworms and you didn't get him treated. You know, and a lot of times guys went out there anyway with those dogs, and some of them made it. But I tell you what, I've seen a few that kept running hot. They kept blaming it on the roids and everything else when it was never the roid. The dog was running hot because he had heart problems. Guys that had dogs out there that got their dogs treated for heartworms, before you do that dog and he's been treated for heartworms, take him back since he looking all he should be looking nice, built, and everything else to be able to get him tested before you do him for heartworms. Especially if he's been treated. Why would I do that, twin? Because guess what? What I tell you about the medicine that they do when they do treat your dog for heartworms. You just want to make sure that he don't have heartworms and let that be the excuse. You see what I'm saying? So when you see that shit happening, remember what I told you. Because if you got him treated, be sure to ask him what is the effects of that treatment. Are there we know the pros of getting rid of the heartworm. What are the cons? What are the effects? What are the things that can happen to the dog? What are the things that does happen to the dog when they're treating this dog for heartworm? And if you ain't got the right vet, you don't be up there thinking a good vet is going to do his job and make sure that he can give you a clean bill of health. And if you do that and give you that clean bill of health after those 4 treatments, he's going to also tell you, if you ask him, so what's the downfall? And they're going to tell you that's just poison. Poison. Okay, Mike.
I mean, James Jones said he bought one after the video you talked about it.
And James Jones, I remember when you got that mug. Some of y'all came on there sent me emails with y'all had y'all shit that they had microscopes that they connected to their laptop. See, I had to get me a camera and I had an adapter piece that fits into mine that I can plug into my laptop through the camera that y'all see me scanning with the books. Yeah, I can put that on a microscope and put it on my computer. But some guys got down microscopes that they plug right into a USB and do their job right there like I'm going to do with y'all Friday. Because I'm going to go over this. I'm going to have a microscope here. I'm going to put this thing in. I'm going to have the little cap. I'm going to have the little flotation shit. And I'm going to just do a sample of the shit. And we're going to put it on there. Let's go searching for some worms. Let's see if we can find some. You know, we may get lucky. And be able to identify them because, you know, I'm going to have a thing on here that we'll be able to look at. You know, there's a chart in my old videos. You'll see that there's even a chart on the old videos when I was on, what's it called, presentation and shit, on that, where PowerPoint, when we actually did a show with the PowerPoint showing you all this shit. But I never got down there and showed you how to do it, and what to do, and how I did it. And once you see how simple it is, it makes such a big difference. Because you're going to be saving in wasted medicine, and you're going to be saving in the right medicine, and you're really going to be saving in a healthy, good dog. That's right. Mm-hmm.
All right, my good people. Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight.
Ask them if they have any questions that I need to answer.
Any questions anybody want to get answered before?
And if anybody agrees with me, have them tell them to put them thumbs up. Because I want to make sure that these guys really understand, you know, and get what I'm saying. You know, I really want to know, because to me, it's very important. It's very important to me because I see too many good dogs, man. I see too many good dogs. Not only are they losing, you know, they're losing their lives. And guys are taking care of these dogs, but it just takes more than just cleaning up dog shit and good water and good food. It takes a little more than that, fellas. It takes a little more than that. Appreciate y'all for coming and hearing me out.
Okay, let me give you a follow-up on the poll. We had 185 people who took the poll tonight. Poll question was, can American Pit Bull be considered game without being tested? We had 10% yeses and 90% no.
gambling man, if I was a gambling man, I'm running with that 90% all day. I'm running with the 90% all day. Now try to run with that 10%. You know, I mean, 10% is really not a high number, but it's a number. And I don't know, I just really want to hear from you. I just really want to hear from you. Imagine now there's other camps out here and other people and other podcasts that don't do what I do. They can probably get a bigger number and a better number. You know, he's a game on the slap mill. He's game chasing after that goddamn wall. He's game doing maneuvers. He's game doing this. He's game hitting them. But that's not the game that the pit bull game was built on. The American Pit Bull Terrier was not built on that type of gameness or rated on that type of gameness. So we got to be first talking about the same gameness. There's other gameness out there, but it cannot be shared, never shared. I mean, well, I mean, understanding like this, y'all in my world. In my world, there's, you know what I mean. I mean, it's not meant for your world. It's meant for my world to give you the experience, for you to take the imagination, for you to actually fall into and put yourself in those shoes. I'm pouring it all out there. Imagine somebody was telling me this and me letting my imagination grow. Imagine if I was taking notes and going back checking shit to get some certification and verification on this shit. Because that's how I learned. The guys that came after me, that moved on, that even made it work for me even to be in the position to even talk, to show that I knew what I was talking about because I passed it on to somebody who used it and knew what they was talking about to this day. And it just can keep on trickling because it's supposed to. I'm giving it to y'all in that manner. I'm giving you a part of the past. You can take it and figure it out. You can take it and try to fight it. But the truth will set you right if you find out what the truth is. You know, you're going to hear 19,000 people come right behind me and try to build on this very conversation that they have many times to be able to talk about, but never got down to the point because I hardly ever hear nobody talking about how important it is to have a microscope. I'm the only person that ever says it. They're talking about taking care of them and maintaining them and having good, but you'll never hear them hollering a microscope. Good worming, how you know when to worm your dog? You're wasting worming. Shit costs too much to be up there just sitting there worming a dog that may not need it. So, microscope, guys. Need to hear more of you guys to get microscopes. Come on, I see the big heavy weight collars and the heavy harnesses and shit like that. Yeah, that's all well and good. But I would have to say that I would need that microscope before I need all that other shit. And I would try to learn how to do what Twin probably be on this show waiting for Twin to make sure when I get this microscope that I know what the hell I'm supposed to do with it. Because that's what I'm going to share with you guys this Friday. I'm going to take time out, and that's what we're going to do a show on. We're going to do a show where you're going to actually see me put together a sample, put it under the microscope, and we're going to all look on this motherfucking microscope together and see what we can find. Hopefully I can find some shit that got some shit in it. You know what I'm saying? That we can use. Cross your fingers. You know, he bought a pill over here for me. So maybe before he gets this pill, I can get that good sample and make sure it's a good sample where I can bring it in here Friday and we can use it before he gets that pill. You know what I'm saying? So, go ahead, Mike. It's on you, bro.
All right, fellas, give me them thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Now show some love for this.
Show some love for this Talk Shit Tuesday. We need
Roses.
Roses.
We need them damn roses.
Yes.
Yeah, y'all see them guns is going down, ain't it? Them guns ain't looking like they used to. Look at y'all, I'm wearing my Akron shit today, y'all. I'm representing Akron. I'll be back on my going hard shit. Right now, I'm just on this Akron shit because I just enjoyed me a great weekend on some LeBron shit. You know what I mean? He was on. Look, I put it like this: LeBron in our neighborhood. I say LeBron. Now I'm saying for my neighborhood, I can say my boy named Eric Finn. Big shout out to Eric Finn. I love you too, brother. I love all the people that we all kicked it together. We grew up. It was like a movie. A bunch of us is old and grown. They got grandkids, great grandkids. And it was just amazing to see how much I still love those people. You don't have to see these people every day. You don't have to stay in contact with these people every day. It's just the life that you have with these people. If there was something to cherish there, it was something worth loving. And there was a whole lot there to be cherished, guys. There was a whole lot of love. And hey, I loved it. And I would hope our dog community, is able to move down there where y'all at in y'all time. You know what I'm saying? To create such a community, man. Because that community that I was a part of, a lot of you guys try to hate on it, but I had some of the greatest dog fighters in the world around me. I pull up their pedigrees and talk shit and everything else when I pull up my people. And you can see everybody I talk about in white. So if that kind of get under some of y'all skin because y'all want to be me, hey, I'm not hating. Try to, but you ain't me. And you will never be able to be me until you do what I did. And I'm not telling you to match me because it's not my business. I'm done. What does that mean? But if you want to be as good as and I'm nowhere close to the guys, but at least get to my level before you try to put me down. You know what I'm saying? You can't step on me to move up. You ain't gonna do nothing but hurt yourself and get knocked down. So let's keep it real with everybody and let that shit stay out there with everybody else in their world. And let's enjoy my world because I'm on some real shit. Let's keep it that way. Ain't no dog in the day tonight. It's gonna be, yeah, it is, UFC Scrappy. Yeah, we're gonna use Scrappy because he was the only dog that had a name tonight. He's the only dog, so we're gonna say UFC. Who is that to say UFC Scrappy? Somebody want to know about UFC Scrappy? You made Scrappy dog of the night. All right, friends, thank you. Sporting Dog Archives. You picked the dog of the night tonight, baby. Thank you for putting him out there. Yes, he's still alive. We're gonna put him on the block tonight. If I had the pedigree up tonight, I'm gonna say that for Friday. So we're gonna use UFC Scrappy. Friday night, he's gonna be inducted into the screen of Dog of the Night since we didn't have him on the screen. We built him up tonight. But until then, fellas, I'll see y'all Friday, man. Get your gloves. Get your gloves. Get your microscopes.
Appreciate that super chat, my man. Let me make sure. I think it was yeah, but fellas, again, maintaining of these dogs, like I said, is a daunting task. It can be intimidating. It can be frustrating. It can deter you from where you want to do it if you're doing it the right way. But these dogs ain't nothing that you want to be half-assed dealing with. So that was just something based on some things that we would happen to see a lot of and was kind of shocked that we just thought we needed to revisit because we're getting away. We always talking about dogs and pedigrees, but just simple things I'm watching dogs die from. Falling apart, and it's like
getting sick. They're not knowing, guys are not knowing how to handle these viruses and shit. It's moving around, you know what I'm saying? And then they done took the prescriptions off the market, and they really leaving y'all where y'all ain't giving y'all no choice but to expose yourself, A lot of you guys out there, you know, you can't go out there and just do that. You know, I'm not talking about the ones that ain't doing nothing. I'm talking about people in my time. In my time, imagine me having to worry about taking a dog to the vet that's got scars.
Or a kennel accident.
Or a kennel accident. I'm gonna have a kennel accident and feel free to be able to take my dog to the damn vet, trying to save his damn life. I'm scared to fucking death. They might come and take all my damn dogs. So hey, this is what they created. A lot of innocents are gonna get snatched, but while we got the opportunity, let's see what we can do to kind of keep us from having to deal with that. There's a big ass community out there that can get us anything we want if we want it. Somebody got it. Complete that. Somebody know a vet who know a vet who know a vet who know a vet. Just gotta be a community and work together. Don't spread the love unless there's love to be spread. Everybody ain't loved. Okay? Remember that. Love you though.
Again, we're gonna be back here Friday for Hot Night Friday. But again, the community is gonna fix this problem. That's the only way we're gonna get it fixed. We all gotta work together to get this part done. You know, and I think we can start at the maintaining part because this starts the minute you pick the minute you get a bulldog. This whole maintaining of that dog is gonna fall into existence. Everybody's gonna have to experience the situation. Everybody's gonna have their ups and downs, but the experience will make you better. And as you get better, look back and see what made you better.
Mm-hmm.
The people, the conversations, and the research.
That's what made you better.
That's what's gonna make you better. Because you're going to be able to handle these things as these things come at you when you do all the things it took when you first got that bulldog. Experience. So, as we get up out of here, I want to give a big shout out to all my people from the AK representing the SW, Southwest Side. Love y'all, fam. I know if any of y'all tuning in, that's my shout out back to you. Big shout out to my boy, my man Eric Finn. Boy, you showed the love. We're going to give you the love back, fam. My heart go out to you, little bro. To all the viewers and all the viewers to see this video. And a big shout out to all my boys in the Shark Tank. The community will only be stronger when we start acting like we're trying to be as strong as we look. We don't need a lot of y'all. We just need the right ones. If y'all can help us put this together, we can all actually try to make some type of change. Because I'm going to just tell you, it looks good when it's the right type of people on the same page. It really does look good. So that's what I just feel moved to see in my lifetime. Somebody stand on the calls and reach out and realize just how many people touch that one person's life to the hardest point in his life. And when the time came, he felt it in his heart. He just had to give him something back. And that's big. Because I swear that's the only reason my brother thinks he sits in his chair. And I put up with his shit. So,
You be mad when I walk away though. Bet that. You know what I'm saying? You be very upset when I walk away. Cause I mean, y'all be arguing out here in this internet world, and it ain't for me anymore. Believe me, I come to this show. I don't want to. I come to this show because my brother built this show for me. Cause I'm sick. Now I'm getting sick and
it'll be all good though. I think got enough out here that I'm gonna be comfortable with it. You know, so till that time comes,
y'all the ones keeping me coming because y'all keeping him motivated. And he gonna keep on scratching me. That's one goddamn thing you better believe. As long as you see me keep showing up here, that means he's scratching me. That means I wanna go. And I ain't no Kurt.
and he never let me down. I put him back in that corner. Let him go. And he's gonna bring it to you. 'Cause me personally,
Cause he
did.
game. He game. He been game tested. Cause I know he gonna always scratch the win. Every time. S2 dub, baby. Always love y'all, man. See y'all Friday.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Don't forget, y'all. UFC Scrappy, dog of the night. Alright, y'all, don't forget, y'all have your paperwork and stuff like that from Friday, y'all. And, you know, I really believe, you know, by after we get done with this Friday, y'all see what we're gonna be doing here. There's gonna be a lot more, you guys, to see how important that microscope is and be influenced to do the right thing. And I know I'm gonna be needing some help and shit like that. We're gonna have a lot more people out there that's gonna be able to help you just without just me, okay? So, hey man, have a good one, man. Know that I love y'all, man. Keep your head up, keep everything down. Don't forget. Always.